Good evening, and welcome to the Sleep to Lore series. Tonight we will talk about Knife of Dreams, the 11th book in the monumental Wheel of Time series. This story takes us to the very brink of the end, where the dead begin to walk and the sky itself seems to tremble. It is a time of desperate alliances and final stands. If you enjoy these journeys into legend, please subscribe to Williams Audiobooks and leave a comment to help our community grow. Before we begin, I have a question for you. Have you ever had a moment in your own life where you realised you could no longer run away from a big responsibility and had to just face it head on? Comment below and share your experience with me. Now, let us settle in and listen as the threads of the pattern pull tighter than ever before. Prologue. Embers falling on dry grass. The wheel turns and ages come and pass, leaving memories that become legend. In the forests of Amadicia, the silence is heavy, not with peace, but with anticipation. It is a quiet that suggests nature itself is holding its breath, waiting for the stroke of a sword that might sever history from its current path. Here we find Galad Damodred, a man whose beauty is as terrifying as his rigid adherence to the law. He rides not merely down a trade route reclaimed by the forest, but toward a destiny that will fracture the oldest institutions of his world. The environment reflects the internal state of the man. The oak and leatherleaf trees press in, dense and red with spring growth, yet no bird sings. Galad tries to maintain the void, that emptiness of mind sought by blade masters, but the world intrudes. He is hunting. Not a stag, not a criminal in the common sense, but the Lord Captain Commander of the Children of the Light, Aemon Valder. It is a profound psychological weight Galad bears. He intends to accuse the most powerful man in his order of murdering his stepmother, Morgase Trakand, the Queen of Andor. To understand Galad is to understand that for him, the law is not a guideline, it is the geometry of the universe. If Valder broke the law, Valder must fall, regardless of rank. He is not alone. Trom, Biar, and young Dain Bornhold ride with him. Their presence is significant. Biar and Bornhold have long held animosity toward the friends of the dragon reborn, yet they follow Galad now. It speaks to the charisma of righteousness. When Galad offers them a chance to turn back, they refuse. They are bound by the same hard moral iron. They arrive at the manor house, a structure of blue roofs and red balconies, a Shonchan gift to Valder. It is a palace of wood and stone, an image of normality in a world gone mad. The confrontation in the courtyard is a collision of two distinct philosophies. On one side, Valder, preening in white and gold, a man who believes his rank places him above morality, wearing a sapphire ring gifted by the Shonchan invaders. On the other, Galad, cold and empty of fear, representing the absolute unyielding edge of justice. When Galad issues the challenge, trial beneath the light, it is an invocation of ancient law that hasn't been used in 4 centuries. He charges Valder with the assault and murder of Morgase. The sheer audacity of it stuns the gathered children. Radam Asunawa, the High Inquisitor, tries to dismiss it as a dark friend plot, ordering Galad's arrest. This is the moment the Children of the Light fracture. The rank-and-file soldiers do not move to arrest Galad. They ease their swords in their scabbards. They respect the ancient law more than the current corruption. Valder, realizing his authority is contingent on his image of strength, accepts the challenge. But his acceptance is dripping with venom. He taunts Galad, speaking of Morgase with vile disrespect, claiming to have ridden her. It is a tactical error. He seeks to enrage Galad, to make him fight sloppy. But Galad has been trained by the best, Gareth Bryn and the Blade Masters of the Tower. He knows that a man who fights in a rage dies in a rage. He feeds that fury into the flame of the void. He becomes oneness. The duel is a dance of high art and brutal consequence. They strip away their armour, fighting in white coats. Valder is a Heronmark blade master, quick as a viper, favouring strikes to the limbs to bleed his opponent. He attacks with plucking the low-hanging apple, a move intended to end the fight instantly. Galad, warned by Valder's style, counters. They flow through the forms, leopard's caress, parting the silk, the dove takes flight. It is a conversation of steel. Galad takes wounds, shallow gashes, a bite to the thigh. but he remains in the void. He tricks Valda, feigning exhaustion, gasping for air, slowing his strikes. Valda, arrogant to the last, falls for the ruse. When he moves to finish the exhausted boy, Galad unleashes Reaping the Barley. The blade slices beneath Valda's ribs. The Lord Captain Commander falls, trying to hold his life inside his body, his eyes glassy with shock. He dies, not with a profound last word, but with blood spilling over his chin. The aftermath is immediate and transformative. Asanawa flees. The children of the light, those soldiers who watch the duel, begin to clap. It is a rhythmic, approving thunder. They acknowledge the victory. But Galad feels no joy, only the emptiness of the deed. Valda is dead, but Morghese is not restored. However, the political landscape has shifted tectonically. Trom and the others look to Galad now. When asked what he will do, Galad makes a decision that alters the course of the coming last battle. He declares that the children will no longer serve the Shonchan. They will fight for the light, and if that means fighting alongside Aes Sedai, the very witches they have hunted for 1,000 years, then so be it. To fight the Raven, the Shonchan, they will ally with the Serpent. It is a moment of supreme pragmatism, born of rigid morality. Galad Damodred has effectively seized control of the Children of the Light. We shift our gaze now from the forests of Amadisia to the rugged hills of Tarabon, where the morning sun reveals a different kind of warrior. Roddel Ituralde, the Little Wolf, stands overlooking a sleeping village. He is a man of strategy, not duels. He commands a force of Damani and Tarabona Dragonsworn, a fragile coalition held together by his reputation and the burning desire to free their lands from the Shonchan. Ituralde is a master of asymmetrical warfare. He observes the village of Sarana below, where a Shonchan supply camp has bloated the town's size. The scene is deceptively peaceful, children playing, smoke rising from chimneys. But Ituralde knows that peace under the Shonchan is a cage. He has orchestrated a massive, synchronized strike. Across Tarabon, thousands of men are moving at his command. The engagement begins not with a roar, but with a whisper. He uses a distinct psychological weapon against the Shonchan, their reliance on the Damane. He spots a Shonchan patrol returning, led by a Suldam and her leashed channeler. Ituralde's heart hardens. He knows that to win, he must be ruthless. He gives the order. A volley of arrows flies, targeting not the soldiers first, but the women, the Suldam and the Damane. It is a grim necessity of this war. The channelers are the artillery of the Empire, and they must be neutralized before they can weave the one power. The ambush is a slaughter. The Shonchan, complacent in their conquered territory, are broken by the sudden violence. The Taraboners, eager for revenge, hunt down the survivors. Ituralde watches with the cool detachment of a general who knows that this victory is merely bait. He is burning the supply lines, yes, but his true goal is to enrage the Shonchan. He wants them to chase him. He wants to lure their disciplined armies out of their fortifications and into the wild terrain of Arad Doman, into a trap of his devising. He is playing a long game, fighting a superpower with smoke and mirrors, unaware that his actions are rippling all the way to the highest levels of the Shonchan command. And indeed, those ripples reach the palace in Ibu Dar, where the High Lady Suroth lies awake, consumed by paranoia. The atmosphere here is stifling, thick with the scent of fear and tropical flowers. Suroth is a woman on the precipice. Tuon, the daughter of the 9 moons and heir to the Empire, is missing. In the Shonchan culture, failure is not merely a setback, it is a death sentence. Suroth contemplates suicide, opening her veins in a warm bath, to escape the inevitable torture and degradation that awaits her if she cannot produce Tuon or explain her disappearance. Her room is a fortress of shadows, guarded by Almondaragal, a massive Lopar beast, and her own treacherous thoughts. A servant, Leandrin, the former Aes Sedai now reduced to a Dakoval, enters. The dynamic here is rich with cruelty. Leandrin, once a haughty Black Arger sister, is now a terrified pet, broken by the collar. Suroth despises her, ordering her beaten simply to vent her own frustration. It is a glimpse into the soul of the Shonchan elite. Power is demonstrated through the domination of others. Suroth is summoned to General Galgan. The news is disastrous. Ituralde's attacks in Tarabon are devastating the supply lines. But worse is the implication of incompetence. Suroth demands Ituralde's head, her composure fracturing. She is losing control of the return. She orders more Rakan scouts, desperate to find Tuon, desperate to crush the resistance, desperate to survive. But the true horror finds her when she returns to her chambers. The room glows with a silvery light, and from the walls steps a figure made of roiling flame. It is Semiraj, one of the Forsaken. The contrast is stark. Suroth is a powerful political figure, but before Semiraj, she is nothing. She prostrates herself instantly. Semiraj brings news that shatters Suroth's worldview. The Empress is dead. Not just the Empress, but the entire imperial family back in Shonchan. The empire has collapsed into civil war and anarchy. The order, the structure, the eternal stability of Shonchan. It is all gone. Semiraj offers Suroth a chilling bargain. Kill Tuon. Since the empire is dead, Suroth can claim the title of Empress here, in the Westlands. She can rule the return as a new empire. The psychological pivot here is terrifying. Suroth goes from fearing for her life because Tuon is missing, to needing Tuon dead to secure her throne. The Forsaken plays on Suroth's ambition and fear with masterly ease. Let the Lord of Chaos rule, Semiraj says, laughing with the sound of funeral gongs. Suroth, trembling, accepts. She resolves to murder the rightful Empress to wear the crown herself. The corruption of the Shadow has found a fertile host in the rigid, cutthroat hierarchy of the Shonchan. Finally, the narrative eye shifts to the White Tower, to the quarters of the Red Arja. The aesthetic here is aggressive. Tsutama Wrath, the new highest of the Red, has decorated her rooms in flamboyant crimson and gold, a reaction to her years of exile. She is a woman changed by hardship, intense, unpredictable, with the eyes of a hunting cat. She meets with Pavara and Javindra, two sitters. The tension in the room is palpable. The tower is broken, split between Elida's loyalists and the rebels, but the Red Arja is facing an internal revolution. Tsutama reveals a letter from Sashal, a sister thought lost at Dumai's wells. The contents are blasphemous to conventional tower thought. Sashal claims to have been stilled, severed from the One Power, and then healed. And not by a woman, but by a man, and a shaman. The implications strike the Red Sisters like a physical blow. For thousands of years, stilling was a fate worse than death, irreversible. Now, it is curable. And the men they have hunted, the men they exist to gentle, possess this power. Tsutama, showing the ruthlessness that gained her the leadership, decides on a course of action that would have been unthinkable a month ago. The world has changed. The Shonchan are chaining sisters. The shadow is rising. The Red Arja must adapt or die. Tsutama commands that they will move forward with a radical plan. Red Sisters will bond a shaman as warders. They will ally with the Black Tower. It is a desperate, dangerous gamble. They are the Arja dedicated to hunting male channelers, and now they will bind themselves to them. Furthermore, they will keep this secret from Eleda, the Amelin seat. The Red Arja is effectively going rogue to save the tower, prioritizing survival over tradition. This prologue, Embers Falling on Dry Grass, serves as a masterclass in tension and transition. In every corner of the world, the old rules are burning away. The White Cloaks, under Galad, turn from blind zealotry to righteous alliance. The Shonchan, under Suroth, rot from within as their homeland dies. The White Tower, specifically the rigid Red Arja, bends the knee to necessity, embracing their ancient enemies. And in the hills of Tarabon, Roddel Ituralde lights the match that will ignite a war of strategy and cunning. The dry grass is catching fire, and the winds of Tarmon Gaidon are beginning to howl. The psychological landscape of the characters is defined by the shattering of their worldviews. Galad must break the hierarchy of the children to save their soul. Suroth must betray the Empire to save her own skin. The Red Sisters must embrace the taint to fight the shadow. It is no longer a world of black and white, but a churning grey of survival. As Galad stands over the body of Valda, wiping the blood from his blade, he realises that justice is not a static thing written in a book, but an active, breathing force that requires sacrifice. As Suroth stares into the fiery eyes of Semiraj, she learns that power is an illusion, and that even empires can vanish in a night. And as Pavara listens to her highest, She understands that the wheel weaves as the wheel wills, and even the most stubborn threads must weave into the pattern or snap. The embers are falling, the fire is coming, and the sleep of the world is about to be broken by the waking nightmare of the last battle. Within the ancient, sky-piercing halls of the White Tower, the air has grown stagnant, heavy with the scent of old parchment, cold stone, and the unspoken rot of suspicion. For 3,000 years this bastion of the Aes Sedai has stood as a beacon of order, yet today its foundations are spiderwebbed with cracks. The dragon has been reborn, the world is screaming toward the last battle, and yet, inside these cloistered corridors, the greatest of human institutions is eating itself alive. We find ourselves first with Pavara Tazanovny and Ukiri, two women of the Sitters Circle, standing before a faded tapestry. The weaving depicts a battle against Trollocs from an age almost forgotten, its threads so fragile they require the protection of the power just to remain coherent. It is a fitting metaphor for the tower itself, a relic of a grander past, held together by sheer will and increasingly desperate weaves. Ukiri, for all her high-standing elegance, cannot help but let her rustic origins slip through her speech, a sign of the immense pressure they are under. They are hunters in a forest of shadows, seeking the black Aja, that whispered cancer within their own ranks. The atmosphere is one of stifling paranoia. Every passing servant, every rustle of a silk shawl, feels like a potential threat. Pavara and Ukiri are currently at a frustrating impasse. They have captured sisters, they have forced the 3 oaths back upon them with the oath rod, and they have tasted the bitter fruit of success, only to find the trail has gone cold. The Black Aja is not a clumsy beast, it is a ghost, protected by ciphers and vanishes ink weaves. The psychological toll of this hunt is immense. Imagine the cognitive dissonance required to be a sitter of the tower. A woman who is supposed to be the pinnacle of composure, realizing that your neighbour, your friend, the woman you have shared tea with for decades, might be a servant of the great Lord of the Dark. They speak of Talene, a sister who has broken, yet even her information is a double-edged sword. She speaks of a supreme council, a hidden leadership within the Black Aja that employs methods of questioning so foul they make the stomach of a Red Sister turn. The concept of forcing a woman into a circle, of using the one power, the very gift that defines them, to inflict systematic pain, is a perversion of their fundamental identity. Pavara, in a moment of reckless desperation, suggests an ambush. 19 against 13, a decapitation strike against the shadow, but Ukiri, grounded in the cold logic of the grey, sees the flaw. To wrestle a leopard in the dark is to invite your own throat to be torn out. If one escapes, the hunters become the prey. This illustrates the tragic paralysis of the light within the tower. They are so afraid of failure that they are unable to act, even as the walls close in. The conversation shifts, revealing further fractures. They discuss the missing sisters, those led by Tovine to the Black Tower, only to find they have been bonded by the very men they sought to gentle. This is a psychological horror for an Aes Sedai, the loss of autonomy, the inversion of the natural order as they see it. The Red Aja, which traditionally bonds no one, is now being forced to consider bonding Ashaman. It is a world turned upside down, and the stress is pushing these women to the brink of vulgarity and madness. When Cien joins them, the last shred of their security vanishes. They realise that Aleida, the woman they thought had authorised this hunt, may not have initiated it at all. The ground beneath their feet isn't just shaking, it has disappeared. While the light wavers in the corridors, we descend into the mind of Alviarin Freiden, once the keeper of the Chronicles, now a woman drowning in her own terror. Alviarin walks the lower halls, not with the grace of a leader, but with the calculated serenity of a cornered animal. She is haunted by a phantom sensation, the touch of Shaidar Haran upon her forehead. She is marked by the shadow, a distinction that brings her no joy, only a gibbering internal horror. There is a profound irony in Alviarin's current state. She was the one who manipulated the tower's split, who orchestrated the downfall of Suan Sanche, yet now she is being systematically humiliated by the very system she sought to control. Every morning she must endure the strap of the mistress of novices, Sylviana. The physical pain is secondary to the psychological erosion. To be a sister of the White Arger, a woman of logic and reason, and to be reduced to a weeping child under the lash, is a spiritual death. Alvierin's quarters are a reflection of her inner vacuum, stark, unadorned, functional. She deals in ciphers and hidden messages, moving through the tower like a virus. She watches her fellow whites, like Forain and the bickering arithmetists, with a mixture of contempt and envy. They argue over food spoilage and mathematical rules, while the world burns. Alvierin knows the truth. The great lord has laid his hand upon the tower. The food is rotting because the pattern itself is decaying. She is the instrument of that decay, ordered to sow discord and chaos. Yet she is paralysed by her fear of Masana, the Forsaken who would kill her in a heartbeat if she outlived her usefulness. The hierarchy of the shadow is built on a foundation of mutual assured destruction, and Alvierin is beginning to realise she is at the bottom of that pyramid. The narrative lens then shifts far from the white stone of Tarvalon to the sun-dappled ridges above a Shido Aiel encampment. Here we find Galina Casban, a red sister and a member of the Black Arger, now reduced to a pet of the wise one Tharava. Galina's existence is a study in the loss of power. Clad in white silk and jewels, she is a Gaishane in everything but name, her will bound by an oath of obedience sworn on a binder, a version of the oath rod. The forest around her is beautiful, filled with the trill of songbirds and the scent of pine, but for Galina, it is merely a cage with a wider view. She is a woman who once commanded the capture of the dragon reborn. Now she grovels for the chance to touch a thread of the power. Her psyche is shattered, her dreams filled with the hawk-eyed visage of Tharava. There is a deep, simmering hatred in Galina, a desire to repay every lash, every humiliation, but it is buried under layers of submissive instinct. Her ride is interrupted not by the Shido she fears, but by a different kind of predator. Gaul, a stone dog of the Aiel, and Fager Nield, an Asherman, sees her with a casualness that is utterly alien to an Aes Sedai's experience. To them, she is not a pillar of the tower, she is a source of information. When she is brought before Perrin Ibarra, the shift in the world's power balance becomes undeniable. Perrin stands in his shirt sleeves, his back to the world, focused entirely on the maps of Malden. He is a man of the earth, a blacksmith, yet he carries an aura of authority that dwarfs the kings and queens of the past. When he turns, his golden eyes, wolf's eyes, strike Galina dumb. This is the Lord of the Two Rivers, a man who cares nothing for tower politics or Aes Sedai prestige. He only cares for Fael. The interaction between Galina and Perrin is a fascinating exercise in manipulation. Galina, sensing her precarious position, tries to weaponize her status. She lies with the practiced ease of one who has spent centuries navigating the Three Oaths loopholes. She claims Fael is under her protection, attempting to buy time and safety. But Perrin is a different kind of hunter. He smells her fear. He knows she is terrified, despite her stone-cold mask. The presence of the Asherman, Nield and Grady, adds a layer of existential dread for Galina. These are men who leap through holes in the air, who wield the taint-cleansed power with a raw efficiency that makes the tower's traditions look like children's games. Galina realizes that the Shido, for all their numbers and their hundreds of wise ones, are facing a storm they cannot comprehend. Perrin's singular focus is the key piece of the blacksmith's puzzle. He is not there to fight a war, he is there to get his wife back, and he will break the world to do it. Galina's final request to Perrin is perhaps the most telling sign of her desperation. She asks him to hit her. She needs a bruise, a mark of struggle, to satisfy Theravar's suspicious mind. It is a moment of profound degradation, an Aes Sedai begging a farm boy to strike her so she can go back to her captor and be punished less severely. As she rides back through a gateway, losing the race against the setting sun, we see the inevitable result, the brutal reality of Theravar's discipline. Galina's only hope now is the oath rod, a path paved with the blood of Fael and anyone else who stands in her way. Finally, we return to the White Tower, following the capture of the most significant figure in this unfolding drama, Egwene Alvear. Egwene awakens in a coach, her mind clouded by the thick, woolly haze of forkroot. This herb is the great equalizer, a substance that severs the connection to the source without the permanence of stilling. It is a psychological suffocant, leaving a woman feeling numb and muzzy, a state that is anathema to the sharp, focused mind of an Aes Sedai. She is surrounded by her captors, Catherine Alredin, Prittle, Falana, and Barisha. The atmosphere inside the coach is a microcosm of the tower's dysfunction. These women, supposed sisters of the same order, hold Saidar against one another. They eye each other like strange cats, their mutual hostility so thick it could be carved. Catherine, a red of particularly sharp edges, represents the worst of the current regime, cruel, arrogant, and eager to see Egwene broken. Egwene, however, is a different breed of leader. Even in her drugged state, she maintains a composure that unnerves her captors. She does not scream, she does not beg. She asks with a chilling calmness, "Who betrayed me?" This is the core of Egwene's strength. She has internalized the Aiel concept of Gieto. She takes the shame and the pain and wears them like a cloak. When she is told she is bound for the cells, she doesn't flinch. She is the Amelin seat, and she will maintain that dignity even if it leads her to the headsman's block. The journey through Tar Valon is a sensory nightmare. The city, once the jewel of the Westlands, stinks of rotting garbage. The neglect of the streets is a physical manifestation of Aleda's failure. When they arrive at the tower, Egwene experiences a strange, paradoxical feeling of coming home. The tower is her mother, her teacher, and her battlefield. Even as a prisoner, the white stone lends her vigour. The encounter at the foot of the stairs with Nicola Treehill, the runaway novice, provides a moment of tragic perspective. Nicola, who sought power and fast learning, has found only the harsh reality of the tower's discipline. When she calls Egwene mother, she is struck by Catarine's switch of air. It is a reminder that in Aleda's tower, respect is a crime. Egwene is eventually brought to Silviana, the mistress of novices. Silviana is a fascinating character study, a woman of the red Arja who possesses a square, determined chin and an aura of brooking no nonsense. Unlike the cruel Catarine, Silviana seems to view discipline as a tool for salubrious effect, rather than a vent for malice. She informs Egwene of Aleda's generous plan. Egwene will not be executed for treason. Instead, her name has been stricken from the accepted, and she has been made a novice again. This is the ultimate psychological gambit, to take the woman who has led an army, who has commanded kings, and force her back into the white dress of a child. Silviana's strategy is one of attrition. She intends to use Forkroot to dampen Egwene's ability during the day and shields at night. She believes that by sending Egwene to the mistress of novices for 5, 6, 7 beatings a day, she can break the girl's spirit and make her deny her title. But Egwene laughs. It is a small, genuine laugh that strikes Silviana dumb. Egwene sees the path forward. She will use the Aiel way. She will embrace the pain. She will give herself over to it until it has no more hold on her. She is not a prisoner. She is an infiltrator. She is the flame of Tar Valon, and she has just been placed into the very heart of the wick. Before she is led away, Egwene delivers a final prophetic blow. She reveals her talent for dreaming, describing a glass lamp, the tower, wobbling on the edge of falling as ravens, the Shonchan, strike it. She warns of the coming attack, a truth that Silviana, for all her skepticism, cannot entirely dismiss. It is the first seed of doubt Egwene plants in the mind of the tower's hierarchy. As Egwene is led to her tiny, windowless novice room, she is watched by the Reds with suspicion and contempt. She prepares for bed with a methodical calm, ignoring the stink of bad lamp oil and the hardness of the narrow bed. She is back in the white, but she is not a novice. As she drifts into the void between waking and Teleran Riod, she looks out at the myriad of twinkling lights, the dreams of the world. She is searching for Suan. She is preparing for the next phase of the battle. The White Tower thinks it has captured a rebel. In reality, it has swallowed a fire that will either forge it anew or burn it to the ground. The pieces are moving on the board. The wolf is at the gates of Malden, and the Amelin seat is walking the halls of her own prison, ready to remind the world what it means to be Aes Sedai. Chapter 1. When Last Sounds. The wheel of time turns, a cosmic loom weaving the tapestry of existence, where ages come and go like the rising and setting of the sun. They leave behind memories which fade into legend, and legend dissolves into myth, until even the myth is forgotten when the age that birthed it comes again. In one age, called the Third Age by some, an age yet to come, an age long past, a wind rose above the broken volcanic spine of the mountain known as Dragon Mount. This wind was not the beginning. There are no true beginnings or endings to the turning of the wheel of time, but it was a beginning. Born beneath the sickly light of a sinking moon, amidst air too thin for human lungs and heated by the subterranean fires of the earth, this wind gathered strength. It carried the acrid, biting scent of ash and sulphur, the smell of the pit, the smell of doom, down the rugged slopes. It howled across the snowy foothills, tossing trees like toys, before screaming eastward toward a sprawling encampment of tents and frozen mud. This was the rebel camp, a village of canvas and wooden walkways, where the Aes Sedai who opposed the tyranny of the White Tower had made their temporary home. But tonight, the wind brought more than just cold. It brought the scent of disaster. The camp was awake, buzzing with a frantic, terrified energy. The Amelin seat, Egwene Alvear, was believed dead. Her boat had been found overturned in the icy rushes of the River Erenin, and the swift currents promised no survivors. For the sisters gathered there, this was not just a tragedy, it was an existential threat. If Egwene was dead, their rebellion hung by a thread, and the White Tower's retribution would be swift and merciless. Amidst this chaotic night, Siuan Sanche struggled to wakefulness in the tent of Gareth Bryn. The wind battered the canvas, but it was the stink of sulphur that truly roused her, stinging her eyes. For Siuan, sleep was a battlefield, hard won and easily lost. She had been exhausted by grief, believing all hope lost with Egwene's apparent death, only to be galvanized by a miraculous message. Egwene was alive. The grief had vanished, replaced by a desperate need for action, but the bone-deep weariness remained. Siuan moved through the dim tent, lighting a lantern with a weave of fire. The stark shadows revealed the peculiar order of Gareth Bryn's living quarters, a maze of chests and camp stools that only he could navigate in the dark. Bryn was likely out in the night, organising his soldiers, a man of iron honour who would not abandon a cause once sworn, even if it seemed lost. Siuan felt a flicker of guilt for doubting him, for wondering if he would cut his losses. But her mind quickly snapped back to the mundane, specifically to a pair of boots at the foot of his bed. They were freshly blacked. The sight made Siuan stiffen with indignation. Brian insisted she work off a debt she owed him, treating her like a servant, yet he would sneak in and do the work himself while she slept. It was a maddening paradox, a man who demanded obedience, yet protected her dignity and secret. It confused her, and Siuan Sanche did not like to be confused, especially not by matters of the heart, which she steadfastly refused to acknowledge. With a surge of petty vengeance, she used the one power to strip the blacking from the boots, forming it into a floating sphere of grime, which she deposited outside the tent. If he stepped in it, that was his own fault. It was a childish act, perhaps, but one that allowed her to assert some control in a world spinning into chaos. Stepping out into the night, the reality of the situation hit her. The camp looked as though it had been sacked. Tents were collapsed, wagons overturned by the fierce wind, and the air was filled with the groans of the injured. The smell of sulphur battled with the sweet scent of horse dung. Siuan, a woman of the water who regarded horses with deep suspicion, found herself demanding a mount from a harried groom. She needed to reach the Aes Sedai leadership before panic led to a disastrous decision. She was given a mare named Night Lily, described as meek as milk water, a description that proved instantly false as the animal danced and surged with nervous energy. Siuan, clinging to the saddle with grim determination, forced the beast into the night, galloping toward the sisters' encampment. It was a miserable ride, a jarring, bone-rattling dash through the dark, but necessary. The rebel Aes Sedai were a fractious coalition, held together by the glue of Egwene's authority. With that authority presumed dead, the coalition would fracture, and the sisters would look to save their own skins, likely by fleeing or surrendering. When she arrived at the tent of Mirelle, a sister of the Green Arger, Suan found the conspiracy already in motion. The tent was warded against eavesdropping, guarded by warders who blended into the shadows. Inside, the atmosphere was thick with tension and defeat. Sheriam, Mirelle, Morvrin and Carlinia, the core of the circle that had originally manipulated Egwene, were already plotting their next move, assuming the rebellion was over. Suan burst their bubble of despair with 3 words: "Egwene is alive." The revelation stunned them. Suan explained that Egwene had been captured, not killed, and was now a prisoner within the White Tower. She had spoken to Suan through the world of dreams, Teleran Riod. But the most shocking news was Egwene's command. There was to be no rescue attempt. The sisters were incredulous. To leave the Amelin in the clutches of Aleda was madness. Surely she would be stilled or executed. Yet Suan held firm. A rescue attempt would mean Aes Sedai killing Aes Sedai, a crime that would stain the White Tower forever and make reconciliation impossible. Egwene was playing a longer, more dangerous game. The political waters grew even more treacherous with the arrival of Lelaine Akashi, a sitter for the Blue Arger and a woman of immense ambition. She swept into the tent with the air of a queen, her presence demanding submission. Lelaine had already deduced much of the truth, having ruthlessly interrogated her own spy, Fowlane. She saw the vacuum of power and was already positioning herself to fill it. As Suan walked with Lelaine through the moonlit camp, a chilling dynamic emerged. Lelaine acknowledged Egwene as the lawful Amelin, but only for now. She was already planning for the contingency of Egwene's fall. She demanded Suan's loyalty, not to the rebellion, but to Lelaine herself, in the inevitable power struggle against Romanda, the other dominant faction leader. It was a stark reminder that even in the face of the Dark One's touch, the Aes Sedai could not shed their addiction to manoeuvring and intrigue. Suan felt a cold knot in her stomach. The rebellion might survive the night, but the internal war for its soul was just beginning. Chapter 2. The Dark One's Touch. The sun rose on a camp that was fraying at the edges, a physical manifestation of the anxiety plaguing the rebel Aes Sedai. Beonin Marinier, a sitter for the Grey Arger, woke to this fragile morning with a ritualistic adherence to order. In her small, chilly tent, she clung to the habits of a civilized life, brushing her hair 100 strokes, eating her meagre breakfast with precise manners, as a bulwark against the chaos outside. She was a woman of law and mediation, and the disorder of the rebellion, the endless waiting, and the crumbling of standards were anathema to her. Outside, the camp was a bustle of activity that belied the rot underneath. Beonin observed the families of novices, a radical, desperate innovation of the rebels, recruiting women of all ages, even grandmothers, to bolster their numbers. It was a sight that amazed and appalled her. The ancient traditions of the Tower were being rewritten out of necessity, creating a flood of raw power that the Tower had previously ignored. But even amidst this surge of new life, death stalked the camp. 2 sisters, Anaya and Chiron, both of the Blue Arger, had been murdered by a man who could channel. The fear was palpable. Warders watched every shadow. Sisters walked in groups wrapped in the one power. Beonin, ever the analyst, discussed the crimes with her fellow Greys, Ashmonael and Phaedrine. Her mind worked like a steel trap, dissecting the connections. The victims were Blues. The killer was a male channeler. The connection led inevitably to the dragon reborn, Rand al'Thor, and his Asherman. Beonin publicly dismissed the idea of an Asherman assassin to avoid panic, but privately, she saw the logic. It was a terrifying thought that the Black Tower could strike with such impunity, picking off sisters within their own camp. It was an equation of violence that disrupted her sense of balance. But Beonin had a solution, a path she had been calculating for some time. She was done with waiting. She was done with the chaos. Preparing for a journey that was ostensibly a simple ride, she led her warder, Tervale, to the travelling ground. Here, the rebels held their greatest advantage, the rediscovered weave for travelling. Beonin opened a gateway, a slash of silver light rotating into a window onto a distant snow-covered grove. The magic was wondrous, a miracle of the one power that still elicited awe. But what waited on the other side was a horror that froze the blood. As Beonin stepped through the gateway, she saw a figure walking through the trees. It was Turanine Murdigon, a sister who had been dead for over 40 years. The apparition was solid, undeniable, and then, in the blink of an eye, it vanished. "The Dark One is touching the world," Bianin whispered, shaken to her core. This was no trick of the light. It was a symptom of reality unravelling. The seals on the Dark One's prison were weakening, and the boundaries between life and death were growing thin. The dead were walking. For a woman like Bianin, whose life was built on logic and tangible facts, this metaphysical decay was the ultimate sign that the current path was doomed. It solidified her resolve to do the unthinkable. She sent Tervale away, ordering him to hide in the city, protecting him from the treason she was about to commit. Then, using a weave of illusion to disguise her features and suppressing her ability to channel so she would appear as an ordinary woman, she walked toward the white shaft that dominated the horizon, the White Tower itself. Bianin was going home, but she was coming as a defector, carrying secrets that could destroy the rebellion. Inside the tower, the atmosphere was one of stifling denial. Eleda do Avrinia Royhan, the Amelin's seat, sat in her opulent study, surrounded by the trappings of absolute power, while her city rotted. She was currently enduring a tirade from Matin Stepaneos, the king of Ilion, whom she had essentially kidnapped for his own protection against the dragon reborn. Eleda's arrogance was a fortress. She viewed the king's abduction as a political masterstroke, a step toward restoring the tower's glory where kings knelt to the Amelin. She was blind to the reality that she was merely collecting figureheads while losing control of the world. When the king was finally ushered out, Eleda turned her attention to her keeper, Tana Fear. The reports were disastrous. The harbour was blocked, strangling the city's trade. The streets were filled with filth because the sanitation workers were too terrified of ghosts to work. Rats, possibly spies of the Dark One, infested the tower itself. Yet Eleda dismissed these as administrative nuisances. She ordered the streets cleaned by force if necessary, refusing to acknowledge the supernatural dread gripping her people. In her mind, she was the saviour who would unite the world for Tarmon Gaidon, the last battle. Anyone who questioned her or brought bad news was an enemy or a fool. It was into this den of delusion that Bianin walked. When she was brought before Eleda, disguised as a petitioner, she dropped her illusion and revealed her true face. The risk was immense. Eleda could have had her stilled and executed on the spot. But Bianin played her cards with the precision of a master negotiator. She presented her time with the rebels not as desertion, but as infiltration. She claimed to have paralysed the rebel council, a half-truth, and offered Eleda the keys to victory. Bianin's betrayal was total. She revealed that Egwene was alive, a dreamer who could walk Teleran Riod, and that she was currently holding the rebel coalition together from within the tower. This news shattered Eleda's assumption that the rebellion was headless. But Bianin offered a prize far greater than intelligence. She offered the magic. In a demonstration that left Eleda stunned, Bianin wove a gateway, opening a hole in the air to the snowy grove she had just left. She showed the Amelin the weave for travelling, and the darker, more void-like weave for skimming. These were the weapons that had allowed the rebels to outmaneuver the tower at every turn. By offering them to Eleda, along with the new healing weaves, Bianin was essentially handing the tower the means to crush the rebellion instantly. Eleda, recovering from her shock, immediately saw the power she had been handed. Her greed for control flared. She demanded an oath from Bianin, not just of fealty, but of secrecy. She would control who learned these weaves. She would hoard this power just as she hoarded authority. Bianin, trapped by her own ambition and her desperate desire for order, swore the oath. She had sought to save the tower by unifying it, but in doing so, she had armed a tyrant with the weapons of the gods. As the chapter closes, the tragedy of the situation becomes clear. The rebel Aes Sedai are terrified and fracturing, led by a captive Amelin fighting a war of wills from a prison cell. The loyalist Aes Sedai are led by a delusional despot who ignores the apocalypse gathering outside her window. And amidst them all, the Dark One's touch grows heavier, blurring the lines between the living and the dead, while the women who should be the world's guardians consume each other in a feast of pride and betrayal. The wheel turns, and the shadow deepens. Chapter 3. At the Gardens. We begin in the shifting ethereal landscape of Teleran Riod, the world of dreams, where reality is as malleable as clay in the hands of a sculptor. Here, the laws of physics bow to the strength of will, and it is here that the shadow gathers its most potent and fractured lieutenants. Arangar, the reincarnation of the forsaken Balthamel, arrives at a location that is a ghost of a memory, the Anceline Gardens. This setting is crucial to understanding the psychology of the Chosen. They do not build new wonders. They squat in the ruins of the Age of Legends, surrounding themselves with the hollow echoes of a paradise they helped destroy. The room tries to mimic a view wall of the past, displaying Cormalind Massoon's crystal sculptures, but the illusion is imperfect, marred by a stone archway that doesn't belong. It is a perfect metaphor for the Forsaken themselves, powerful, ancient, but ultimately out of place and patched together. Arangar observes the others with a predator's eye. The social dynamic here is a nest of vipers, each coiling to strike while pretending civility. Semiraj, the torturer, is clad in black, huddled with Demandred and Masana. Demandred, always the second best, radiates a fury that defines his existence, while Masana appears strangely diminished, a detail that hints at the consequences of failure in the Dark One's service. Then there is Graendel, the hedonist, standing apart. She is a master of psychology, watching the others while feigning disinterest. Her attire, a mist-like gown of straith that changes opacity with her mood, is a weapon of distraction, just as Arangar's own current female form is a tool for manipulation. The conversation between Arangar and Graendel reveals the deep-seated narcissism of these beings. They reminisce about the gardens not with sorrow for the destruction of the world, but with a selfish nostalgia for the luxuries they lost. Arangar believes she is the only one fit to rule this new, primitive age, a delusion of grandeur shared by every member of the Chosen. They discuss alliances, a dangerous game where every handshake conceals a dagger. Arangar flirts with the idea of allying with Graendel, using seduction as a tactic, blurring the lines between her past life as a lecherous man and her current female incarnation. It is a complex layering of identity and desire, twisted by the Dark One's touch. The arrival of Moradin shatters their petty scheming. Moradin, the reincarnation of Ishamael, enters not as an equal, but as a master. He is the Nerblis, the one chosen to stand above all others, and his power is terrifyingly evident. He is flanked by Mogedion and Sindane, the reincarnated Lanfear, who follow him with a docile obedience that is utterly alien to their nature. This subservience signals a horrific violation of their wills, likely through the use of mind traps. Moradin's eyes are filled with the Sar, the black flecks that float across the vision of those who channel the true power. This is a source drawn directly from the Dark One, more addictive and destructive than the One Power. Moradin's announcements drive the plot forward with chilling clarity. He confirms that Samael is gone, yet someone, likely a Forsaken in disguise, has been moving Trollocs through the ways. The command is given, no more independent plotting. The time of return is imminent, but the most significant order concerns the dragon reborn. Rand al'Thor is not to be touched. He is Moradin's prize alone. This restriction chafes against the others, particularly Sindane, whose hatred for Rand burns with the intensity of a scorned lover and a broken queen. Instead, Moradin redirects their murderous intent toward the two other Tavarine, Mat Cawthon and Perrin Ibarra. He conjures their images, marking them for death. It is a strategic pivot. If the shadow cannot kill the dragon yet, they will sever his hands. Chapter 4. A Deal. We leave the surreal, treacherous courts of the Forsaken for the wet, earthy reality of a meadow near a forest. The contrast is stark. Here the air smells of pine, leatherleaf, and tension. Perrin Ibarra sits atop his horse, Stepper, waiting. This is a scene of profound desperation, disguised as a military negotiation. Perrin, the blacksmith-turned-lord, is a man driven to the edge of morality by love. His wife, Fael, is a captive of the Shido Aiel, and to save her, Perrin is preparing to do the unthinkable, ally with the Shonchan, the invaders who enslave channelers. The sensory details here ground us in Perrin's heightened perception. He smells the vexation rolling off the Aes Sedai Anora, the patience of Berylane, the first of Mayene, and the wolf-like aggression of the soldiers Galen and Arganda. The wind blows from the west, carrying the scent of the approaching Shan-Chan. This is not just a tactical meeting, it is a clash of cultures and cosmologies. The Shan-Chan delegation arrives, led by Banner General Tylee Kurgan. Tylee is a fascinating character study. She represents the pragmatic face of the Empire, a soldier who respects competence over dogma. However, the presence of a Suldam and Domain, a leash holder and an enslaved channeler, serves as a grim reminder of who Perrin is dealing with. The visual of the chain connecting the two women is a physical manifestation of the Shan-Chan's horrific caste system. The negotiation is a dance of power. Tylee references the prophecies of the dragon, calling Perrin the Wolf King and mentioning the broken wolf. Perrin rejects these titles. He is a man who just wants his wife back, yet the pattern forces him into the mould of a legend. He needs to prove he is not a supplicant, but a force to be reckoned with. He does this through a demonstration of the two rivers' technological superiority in warfare, the longbow. Perrin holds up a thick oak branch, shot through with steel-piled arrows from 300 paces. It is a simple, brutal statement. Your armour will not save you. To punctuate the point, the Asherman Jer Grady incinerates the branch with the one power: fire and ash. It is a display of raw destruction that unsettles even the disciplined Shan-Chan warhorses. But the universe itself seems to react to this meeting. A sudden violent wind roars out of nowhere, smelling of sulphur and grit, nearly tearing them from their saddles. This is a bubble of evil, or perhaps the pattern itself groaning under the strain of Taveran altering the weave of destiny. It is a reminder that while men and women squabble over borders, the fabric of reality is fraying. The deal is struck in the aftermath of this supernatural gale. Perrin offers Tylee a way to eliminate the Shido threat, a massive army of Aiel that disrupts Shan-Chan control, without a bloodbath that would require an apology to the Empress. His weapon is not just the one power, but knowledge. He reveals the existence of forkroot tea, a substance that numbs a channeler's ability to touch the source. It is a brilliant tactical move. By neutralizing the Shido Wise Ones, the Shan-Chan Damane can overwhelm the conventional forces. The chapter closes on a note of dark resolve. Perrin produces a letter of protection signed by the High Lady Suroth, a trump card that leaves the Shan-Chan stunned. When asked who he is, Perrin gives a simple, terrifying answer: "I'm a man who wants his wife back, and I'll deal with the Dark One to get her." This line encapsulates Perrin's entire arc in this book. He has shed the reluctance of the blacksmith. He is now a man who will burn the world to save his heart. A dangerous path that walks the razor's edge between heroism and obsession. Chapter 5. Something strange. The narrative shifts to the perspective of the captive, Fael Bashir, within the sprawling, muddy misery of the Shido camp at Malden. If Perrin's chapters are about the lengths one will go to for love, Fael's are about the strength required to survive when all agency is stripped away. The atmosphere is oppressive. The drumbeat of rain on the tent roof, the cold mud, the white robes of the Gaishain. Fael serves Savannah, the ambitious and delusional leader of this Shido splinter group. Savannah is a study in vanity and greed. She lounges in silks and jewels, oblivious to the precariousness of her position, obsessed with the idea of marrying Rand al'Thor to gain power. She is a stark contrast to Therava, the severe wise one who holds the true leash. We witness the brutal reality of the camp through the treatment of Galina Kazban, the Black Aja Aes Sedai, who has been broken into a terrifying caricature of a servant. Stripped of hair and dignity, beaten for the slightest error, Galina represents the total degradation of the self. It is a horrific fate, yet Fael must navigate this shark tank with nothing but her wits. The power dynamic in the tent is fascinating. Therava openly mocks Savannah's delusions, pointing out that Rand is a creature of the Aes Sedai, and that the Shido are fracturing. Yet they are bound together by their crimes and their exile. Fael, observing this, realizes that the cracks in the Shido leadership are widening, cracks she might be able to exploit. As Fael goes about her menial tasks, a cosmic event occurs. A ripple passes through the world. It is not a wind, but a distortion of reality itself, passing through stone and flesh alike. Fael feels as if she might dissipate into mist. This is a pivotal moment in the timeline of the world. Though the characters do not know it, this is the resonance of a catastrophic use of the One Power occurring far away, likely the cleansing of Saidin or a massive balefire strike. It highlights the interconnectedness of this world. Events on one continent send shockwaves through the souls of people on another. It leaves the camp in a state of existential dread, dogs whining, people clutching their own bodies to ensure they are still solid. But survival leaves little time for existential terror. Fael returns to her cramped tent, where she comforts Queen Aleandra, whose spirit is breaking under the strain of slavery. Fael's leadership shines here. She refuses to let despair take root. Her resolve is rewarded when Alvon and his son Theril, fellow Gaishane who have sworn fealty to her, approach with a discovery. In a moment of hushed secrecy, Theril passes Fael a smooth white rod that feels cool to the touch. It is the Oath Rod, or a version of it, that Galena has been desperate to retrieve. This object is the key to their escape, the leverage Fael needs to force the broken Aes Sedai to aid them. It is a glint of hope in the grey mud. However, the chapter ends with a complex emotional twist. Rolan, the Meridine warrior who has been acting as Fael's protector, confronts her. Rolan is a difficult character to categorize. He is a captor, part of the system that enslaves her. Yet he shows her kindness and genuine affection, bringing her wildflowers and shielding her from the brutality of others. He reveals that the Meridine, the brotherless Aiel, are disillusioned with Savannah and are considering leaving. He offers to take Fael with him to free her once they are away. This creates a terrible conflict for Fael. She has the tool for escape, the rod, but she is also being offered a safer, albeit complicated, way out by a man who is clearly falling for her. When Rolan teases her, she beats her fists against his chest in a mix of frustration, rage, and hysterical relief, laughing and crying simultaneously. It is a deeply human reaction to prolonged trauma and the sudden influx of hope. But the tension snaps back instantly. The Shido begin a camp-wide search, stripping the Gaishane and tossing their tents. Fael, clutching her secret hope, is forced to stand naked in the mud, hiding the rod and praying. The chapter closes on this image of vulnerability and defiance, hope and danger tangled together, with the potential for salvation resting on a small white rod and the will of a woman who refuses to break. Chapter 6. A Stave and a Razor. The narrative resumes in the salt-crusted, stone-walled town of Durador, amidst the chaotic spectacle of Valen Luca's grand travelling show. We find Matt Cawthon trapped in a familiar paradox, the tug-of-war between his frantic need for speed and Valen Luca's insatiable greed. The showman, blinded by the influx of silver from the wealthy salt merchants, refuses to leave. For Luca, the crowds are a triumph of showmanship. For Matt, they are a cage. We see here the burden of being Taveren. Matt often views his condition as a curse, a magnet for trouble, and indeed, the dice in his head, that terrible metaphysical warning system, are spinning violently. It creates a psychological claustrophobia for him. While Luca preens in his gilded wagon, devouring his wife Latelle's overly spiced cooking with a leather tongue, Matt is haunted by dreams of corpses and the relentless clatter of destiny. He attempts to bribe Luca to move faster, to cut the travel time to Lugard, but Luca, ever the performer, refuses to abandon a captivated audience. Matt seeks escape in the sensory overload of the circus lot, the contortionists, the strongman Petra, the animals, but eventually heads into Durador itself. Jordan paints Durador as a solid, defensive town, its architecture dictated by the salt trade and a history of thievery. Matt's journey through the streets is a study in hypervigilance. The dice are rattling, signalling an approaching intersection of fate, yet Matt tries to ground himself in the mundane, a meat pie, the noise of coopers and weavers. It is in this mundane wandering that Matt's luck, or perhaps the pattern providing what is needed, manifests in material form. First, he discovers a stave of black yew in a barrel of common weaponry. This is a significant find. Black yew is rare, native to the Two Rivers, and possesses a tensile strength superior to other woods. It is a symbol of his roots, a piece of home he reclaims in a foreign land. He buys it without hesitation, his instincts overriding the merchant's confusion. The second find is even more remarkable. In a clean, well-lit stable, amidst the smell of hay and clean straw, Matt finds a horse that defies the geography. A razor. This animal, with its distinctive razor-sharp division of black and white markings, is of Damani breeding, a creature that should not exist in southern Altara. The razor is a metaphor for Matt himself, rare, out of place, and possessing a deceptive, dangerous endurance. We witness Matt's competence here. He is often dismissed as a rogue, but his knowledge of horseflesh is encyclopedic. He recognises the animal's quality immediately, the deep girth, the clear eyes. He enters a dance of haggling with the stablemaster Fernim. Matt uses the local superstitions against the seller. Piebalds are often considered bad luck, and with the Shonchan seizing prime horseflesh, a distinctively marked animal is a liability. Matt secures the razor for a fraction of its worth, a victory of street smarts over market forces. It is a fleeting moment of control for a man who feels the pattern dragging him by the neck. Returning to the show, the atmosphere shifts from commerce to the complex social dynamics of his travelling companions. He visits Tuon's wagon. The interplay between Matt and the Daughter of the Nine Moons is a battlefield of etiquette and stubbornness. Matt calls her precious to irritate her, a defensive mechanism to maintain his autonomy against a woman who views him as property. Inside the wagon, we also get a glimpse of the tragic figure of Noel Charin. As Noel recounts tales of the Iad, Olva, the orphan boy Matt has inadvertently adopted, brings up Jane Farstrider. The irony is thick here. Noel speaks of Farstrider with bitter intimacy, calling him a fool for leaving his wife to die alone. It is a moment of profound sorrow that flies over the heads of the others, but signals to the audience that Noel is wrestling with the ghosts of his own legend. But the domestic tension is shattered by Julin Sandar. The external threat has arrived. Shonchan soldiers are setting up camp directly across the road. The safety of the circus is instantly compromised. Chapter 7. A Cold Medallion. The spinning dice in Matt's head finally find their target. The arrival of the Shonchan army is not just a physical threat, it is an existential one for the refugees Matt is hiding. His immediate reaction, his command. He sheds the guise of the reluctant gambler and issues orders to Noel and Olva to warn the others. Matt moves to the entrance, intending to gauge the threat. He witnesses a confrontation that humanises the enemy while reinforcing their danger. 3 Shonchan soldiers attempt to bully their way into the show without paying. This could easily turn into a massacre. The circus folk, including Luca and Petra, are ready to fight, armed with clubs. It is a clash of cultures, the rugged independence of the show folk against the imperial entitlement of the soldiers. However, the situation is diffused not by violence, but by Shonchan law. A standard-bearer, a woman of authority, intervenes. She dresses down her own soldiers, stripping them of rank and pay for disgracing the empire. This is a crucial insight into the Shonchan mindset. They are not merely conquerors, they are bound by a rigid, almost fanatical adherence to order. Matt watches as she disperses the tension with a terrifying charisma, even jokingly offering him a commission. Matt's charm and the fox head medallion protect him from the power, but it is his quick wit that saves him here. He plays the fool, tipping his hat, and retreats. But the true danger lies within the camp. Matt heads to the Aes Sedai wagon. As he approaches, the fox head medallion against his chest turns to ice. This is the artifact's primary function, detecting and negating the one power. The cold intensifies, screaming that Sidar is being wielded in reckless amounts. Matt bursts into the wagon to find a scene of absolute chaos. The Aes Sedai, Jolene, Teslin and Edacina, are locked in a struggle with the former Suldam, Bethamin and Seta. Jolene is physically striking Bethamin, while Edacina holds the women with flows of air. The irony is palpable. With the Shonchan army meters away, the women are nearly killing each other with the very power that would condemn them. Matt's reaction is crude, effective, and born of sheer panic. He physically intervenes, breaking the weaves with his immunity and administering a sharp, humiliating shock to Jolene to snap her out of her hysteria. It is a moment of pure absurdity, the saviour of the world paddling an Aes Sedai, but it underscores the desperate madness of their situation. Once the physical altercation settles, the horrifying truth emerges. Mistress Anan, the ever-observant innkeeper points out the reality. Bethamin, a woman who spent her life leashing channelers, has herself channeled. This revelation strikes at the heart of the Shonchan worldview. The empire is built on the lie that Suldam, the leash holders, and Damane, the leashed, are different species. But Bethamin has touched the source. The barrier is gone. The subsequent argument reveals the fundamental differences between the Aes Sedai. Teslin, the Red, advocates for the coldest option, let the woman die or shield her forever, driven by the trauma of her own captivity. Jolene, the Green, despite her earlier violence, stands on the principle that they cannot let a woman die if they can teach her to be safe. It is a moral crisis in a caravan wagon. Do they uphold the sanctity of life, or do they exact revenge on their jailers? Matt, having defused the immediate magical bomb, realises he's out of his depth. He leaves them to their theological and magical panic. Outside, he confronts Jolene's warders, Blairic and Fen. He feigns ignorance, protecting himself from their wrath, while knowing he has fundamentally shifted the power dynamic in the wagon. The chapter closes with Matt trying to sleep, but the dice are still spinning. The immediate crisis of the brawl was solved, but the presence of the Shonchan and the unstable nuclear reactor of channeling women means the danger has not passed. He lies in the dark, a man who collects rare weapons and fast horses, realising that his most dangerous possessions are the people he is trying to save. Chapter 8. Dragon's Eggs. The pre-dawn gloom is shattered not by the rising sun, but by the clamour of the circus, the clatter of canvas, the groaning of wagons, and the shouting of men. We find Matt Cawthon waking on a hard floor, his body stiff, his mind already beleaguered by the relentless skull-rattling sound of the dice. Those cursed dice, the manifestation of his Tavarine nature, have been slaughtering his sleep, warning him that a major shifting of the pattern is imminent. Outside, amidst the flickering lantern light that paints the camp in dancing yellow shadows, Matt encounters Petra. The strong man, usually a man of few words, offers a rare, sombre monologue. He speaks to the eternal plight of the wanderer. They are strangers everywhere, and in this world, strangers are targets. Petra explains the necessity of their haste. They must flee, not just because of the show's schedule, but because the Shonchan soldiers they humiliated yesterday will surely return with friends. It is a grim reminder of the reality behind the bright silks of Luca's show. They are a fragile bubble of fantasy moving through a world sharp with xenophobia and violence. As the caravan snakes away from Hurador in the dark, Matt rides Pips, feeling the fox-head medallion go cold against his chest. Jolene and the other Aes Sedai are channeling inside their wagon. To Matt, Aes Sedai are walking calamities, carrying trouble in their pouches. He stays away, his mind drifting inevitably to Tuon. Here lies the central conflict of Matt's current existence, the prophecy that he must marry the daughter of the Nine Moons. He is terrified of her, yet compelled to court her, fearing that if he fails to make her respect him, or even care for him, he will end up not just a husband, but a Dakavale, a piece of property. He is a man trying to solve a puzzle that bites back. The journey is slow, agonizingly so for a man with destiny rattling in his skull. Valan Luca, ever the miser, stops at every hamlet to squeeze copper from the locals. At Runion Crossing they encounter a village steeped in the distinct culture of Altara, ruled by a formidable wisdom figure who sniffs with a disdain that rivals Nynaeve Almira. Luca's greed is a constant friction point, but it serves as a backdrop to the deeper machinations unfolding in the camp. One night, Matt steps into the workspace of Aludra, the Illuminator. This is a pivotal moment in the history of this world, though few would realise it yet. Matt has deduced her secret. She is not merely trying to make bigger fireworks, she is seeking a way to cast bronze tubes, launchers. Aludra confirms his suspicions by tossing him a night flower, a dangerous explosive. But her ambition goes further. She unveils the concept of the dragon. This is the birth of artillery in the Third Age. Aludra wants to move beyond the harmless beauty of fireworks to create weapons of pure destruction, iron eggs bursting among enemy ranks. She is driven by a cold, hard lust for vengeance against the Shonchan who destroyed her guild. Matt, with the pragmatic mind of a general, instantly sees the tactical limitations and the potential. He offers to fund her, to industrialise this destruction, invoking the name of the dragon reborn. It is a heavy secret to share. When he speaks of Rand, the colours swirl in his vision, a side effect of the Taveran bond they share, showing him flashes of his friend. Aludra agrees to the pact. For a brief, shining moment, the dice in Mat's head stop, only to begin rattling again immediately. One fate is sealed, but others wait in the wings. Matt Cawthon is funding the creation of modern warfare, all in the hope of keeping his own hide intact. Domestic life in the travelling show takes a strange turn as Agirnin and Domon finally marry, prompting Matt to give up his wagon space for their privacy. He moves into a tent, which quickly becomes a hub for his motley collection of followers: Tom Merrilin, Julian Sandar, Noel Charin, and Olva. They bring him rumours, the most persistent and terrifying being that the dragon reborn has vanished. The common folk are terrified by Rand's absence. Without the dragon, who stands against the shadow? Matt fights off the visions of Rand that these conversations trigger, desperate to keep the colours from overwhelming him. He knows Rand is alive, but the connection is a burden he wishes he could sever. Matt continues his precarious dance with Tuon. She is an enigma, a woman who rules her life by complex, seemingly nonsensical omens. Spiders, ants, the flight of birds, yet possesses a razor-sharp intellect. During a game of stones, she drops a bombshell, asking about the Horn of Valir. She deduces it was blown at Falm. Matt freezes. This is the one secret he guards above all others. He is the horn sounder. Tuon's casual analysis that the horn sounder must be secured is a direct threat to his freedom. It highlights the terrifying competence of the Shonchan High Blood. She is not just a pampered royal, but a strategic player in the last battle. The tension breaks, or perhaps shifts, when Matt decides to give Tuon a gift. He presents her with the razor mare he purchased, a magnificent animal. Tuon's delight is genuine, her mask of composure slipping for the first time to reveal the horse lover beneath. She names the mare Akin, meaning swallow. In this moment of connection, one set of dice finally stops spinning in Matt's head. It is a moment of fate locked into place. The gift has changed something fundamental in the pattern between them. But peace is fleeting. Tuon and Seleucia suddenly bolt, riding hard into the countryside. Matt, terrified for Tuon's safety, gives chase. The ride is frantic, showcasing Tuon's reckless skill as a horsewoman. They eventually pull up in a dense forest, amidst ancient, overgrown ruins. It is here that the narrative takes a dark, psychological plunge. Matt looks around the ruins, a massive stone head, shattered columns, peculiar hills called the Dancers, and he knows this place. He recognises it not as Matt Cawthon, but from the memories stuffed into his head by the eelfin. He realises he is standing in the ruins of Londarren Kor, the capital of Eharon, a city destroyed during the Trolloc Wars. The horror of this realisation is twofold. First, he remembers the city in its glory. Second, and far worse, he remembers dying here. He remembers being an Isandaran lord, taking an arrow through the throat, drowning in his own blood within sight of these very hills. A chilling epiphany strikes him. The eelfin did not just give him random historical data. They gave him the memories of men who visited them and subsequently died. He is carrying a graveyard in his mind, a patchwork of dead men's final moments. It is a profound violation, a psychic scar that makes him want to vomit, yet he must hide this existential dread from Tuon. The chapter closes with the arrival of a Tinker caravan. The Tuatha An, eternal pacifists, have been tracking them, worried for the women's safety. The Seeker reveals a tragic irony. The Tinkers are flocking toward Ebu Dar. They believe that under Shonchan rule, they will find safety and justice. They are running into the arms of conquerors because the rest of the world has become too dangerous for those who refuse to do violence. As the Tinkers leave, their women laugh at Matt. Tuon has clearly told them something amusing at his expense, leaving Matt confused, frustrated, and deeply embroiled in a game where the rules keep changing and the stakes are nothing less than the fate of the world. Chapter 9. A Short Path. The travelling menagerie of Valan Luca winds its way through the muddy tracks of Altara, a colourful ribbon of wagons concealing a powder keg of political tension. At the centre of this volatile mix is Matt Cawthon, a man who views his life's complications with the bewildered frustration of a gambler who keeps being dealt cards from a different game entirely. He is trying to court Tuon, the daughter of the Nine Moons, yet finds himself constantly entangled in the webs of women who seem determined to make his existence a misery. He seeks counsel from Eginin, now calling herself Leolwyn, expecting perhaps a soldier's pragmatic advice. Instead, he receives a stark lesson in the lethal stratification of the Shonchan Empire. Sitting on the steps of her wagon with Bael Doman, the disgraced captain paints a grim picture of the imperial family. She warns Mat that he is a mole yearning for the sun, a lowly creature gazing at a celestial body that will burn him to ash. We see here the vast cultural chasm Mat is trying to leap. To the Shonchan, Tuon is not merely a noble, she is a figure of terrifying intrigue, a survivor of a royal family where siblings assassinate one another as a matter of course. Mat learns that Tuon's stillness is not passivity, but the coiled waiting of a predator taught to kill with her bare hands. Mat's troubles are compounded by the three Aes Sedai refugees, Jolene, Teslin, and Edicina. They are wolves forced to travel with sheep, and their patience is wearing thin. They prod at Mat's defences, obsessed with the foxhead medallion that renders him immune to their one power. There is a psychological dance occurring here. The Aes Sedai, stripped of their usual deference, are desperate to reassert control, while Mat, holding the only true shield, forces them to confront a power dynamic they cannot channel their way out of. Even Sitale Anan, the innkeeper with a mysterious understanding of the White Tower, views the medallion with a mixture of longing and grief, a subtle hint at a past life where she once wore the shawl before being severed from the true source. The tension snaps when Valen Luca, unable to keep his mouth shut, reveals Tuon's high status to the Aes Sedai. Seeing an opportunity to broker a peace treaty and perhaps redeem themselves in the eyes of the Amelin seat, the three sisters descend upon Tuon. They mistake her silence for stubbornness, failing to realise they are poking a sleeping leopard. The confrontation in Tuon's wagon is a masterclass in the collision of two absolute authorities. Jolene, wearing her great serpent ring, attempts to dictate terms to the High Lady, threatening the wrath of the White Tower and the Borderland armies. She demands Tuon carry their offer of peace. Tuon's response is not verbal debate, but immediate, brutal subjugation. In a blur of motion, Seleucia, Tuon's Sojin and Shadow, retrieves the Adam. Before the Aes Sedai can react, Teslin is collared. The foxhead medallion against Mat's chest turns to ice, a physical manifestation of the violent channeling occurring nearby. Jolene, the haughtiest of the three, is next. The shock is profound. These women, who believe themselves the apex of authority, suddenly find themselves leashed. Tuon, calm and imperious, demonstrates the terrifying reality of the Domane system. She strips the power from them with a thought, showing them that their will is no longer their own. Mat enters this scene of nightmare not as a conqueror, but as a reluctant mediator. He sees the horror in the sisters' eyes, the absolute violation of their free will. Despite their antagonism toward him, he cannot abide slavery. He negotiates, leveraging his relationship with Tuon, calling her precious, a dangerous gamble, to secure their release. Tuon agrees, but not out of fear. She sees a different utility. Mat manages to free them, but the psychological scar is inflicted. The Aes Sedai have stared into the abyss of Shonchan culture and blinked. That night, in the pouring rain, Mat performs a grim penance for the day's violence. He digs a hole in the mud and buries the Adam. It is a symbolic burial of the power to enslave, done in the dark, with the relentless dice in his head rattling a warning that the game is far from over. Chapter 10. A Village in Chiota. The following day offers a deceptive peace, the calm surface of a river hiding a treacherous undercurrent. Mat rides alongside Tuon, and for a brief time, the weight of destiny seems to lift. They engage in the timeless dance of courtship, trading jests and horse-training theories. Tuon reveals the depth of her superstition, speaking of omens and ravens. Mat, possessing memories that span centuries, knows that ravens are indeed spies for the Dark One, but he plays the skeptic to her believer. There is a rich irony here. The man who has visited the realms of the Elfin and Eelfin, the snakes and foxes of legend, dismisses the very folklore that warns of them. Their pleasant ride is shattered by an event that underscores the fracturing reality of the world as the last battle approaches. They come upon a village that feels wrong. The architecture triggers a memory in Matt of long-dead Chiota, but the horror is immediate. A peddler ahead of the show drives his wagon onto the village's paved road, and the world dissolves. This is a bubble of evil, a localized breakdown of the pattern. The solid earth turns to liquid mud. Matt watches in helpless horror as the village, its inhabitants, and the screaming peddler are swallowed by the ground. The villagers continue their daily tasks with eerie, dreamlike indifference as they sink, but the peddler, an outsider, is fully aware. He screams for help, sinking chest deep, then head deep, until only his hat remains on the mud that has turned back to stone. It is a moment of pure Lovecraftian horror that shakes the soul. The randomness of death, the futility of action. Matt, a man of action, can do nothing but watch. The Aes Sedai, trained to show no emotion, mask their fear with icy detachment, studying the phenomenon like scholars, while the showfolk dissolve into panic. Fallon Luca, ever the showman, tries to spin this disaster into a new direction. He rallies his terrified troupe with grand speeches of the wealth awaiting them in Lugard, Camelin, and eventually Tar Valon. It is a desperate performance, and Matt, usually the winner of wagers, loses a bet to Tom Merrilin regarding Luca's ability to sway the crowd. This loss is significant. When the luckiest man alive loses a bet, it signals a shift in the wind. That night, the atmosphere in the camp is heavy with the scent of rain and fear. Matt's tent becomes a meeting ground for the disparate souls bound to him. Aegianin and Bael Domon arrive, bringing with them a changed dynamic. Aegianin, the iron-hard Shonchan captain, is attempting to soften, to integrate. She forces a confrontation with Amathera, the former panarch she once helped enslave. It is a tense moment of reconciliation, where the trauma of the Damane kennels meets the difficult road to forgiveness. But the true turning point of the night, and perhaps the arc of history, comes when Tom finally shares the letter he has been guarding. It is from Moiraine. The revelation hits the room like a thunderclap. Moiraine Damodred, long thought dead, is alive. She is a prisoner of the Aelfin and Eelfin, held in their alien dimension. The letter is a masterwork of foresight, written before her sacrifice at the docks of Kai-Hian. She warns that only Matt, Tom, and one other can rescue her. Matt's reaction is visceral. His trauma from his previous encounter with the Eelfin, where he was hanged and gained the scar around his neck, flares up. He wants no part of the Tower of Genje, the gateway to their realm. He knows the cost. He remembers the feeling of the noose. He tries to refuse the call to adventure, terrified of the creatures that bargain for memories and feed on emotion. However, the pattern weaves as it wills. Olva, the young orphan obsessed with stories, innocently reveals the key. Birgitte Silverbow, the legendary hero of the Horn, once told him how to enter the Tower of Genji. You must carve the sign of the snakes and foxes on the metal wall with a bronze knife. The final piece of the puzzle locks into place. Matt realizes there is no escape. Moiraine knew he would try to refuse, just as she knew he would eventually agree. He looks at Tom, his old friend, and knows he cannot let the Gleeman go to his death alone. And then, in the silence of the tent, amidst the drumming rain, the sound that has plagued Matt for days finally ceases. The dice in his head stop. The choice is made. The wager is placed. They are going to the Tower of Genji. Chapter 11. A Hell in Madarin. The sun had yet to breach the horizon when Fallon Luca's menagerie took to the road, a desperate caravan fleeing the memory of a village that had consumed itself in a bubble of evil. The air was thick with the exhaustion of the sleepless. Men and women moved with the grainy-eyed stumbling of those haunted by what they had witnessed. There is a primal instinct in humanity to put distance between oneself and the unnatural, and so the show moved with a speed born of fear, pushing south past olive groves and rolling farmland. Matt Cawthon rode beside the Daughter of the Nine Moons, yet the silence between them was heavier than the humid air. Tuon sat deep within the cowl of her blue cloak, her expression unreadable, her presence brooding. Matt, ever the observer of human behaviour, knew that when a woman falls silent, the storm is gathering. When a woman like Tuon broods, the storm has likely already broken. It wasn't the horror of the vanishing village that troubled her. she was forged of sterner stuff, raised in the cutthroat court of the 9 moons, but rather a trouble yet to be revealed. They arrived at Madarin, a prosperous town fortified by walls and paranoia. Here, the influence of the Shonchan was palpable, not in the presence of exotic soldiers, but in the terrifying compliance of the locals. The town guards, armed with halberds and crossbows, stood with the relaxed posture of men who knew their new overlords had crushed all dissent. As Tom Merrilin later observed, the common people did not spit when they spoke the name of the invaders. They accepted the order the Shonchan brought, a chilling testament to how quickly the desire for safety can eclipse the desire for freedom. But safety was not on Tuon's mind. In a display of that peculiar, detached curiosity that defines the Shonchan nobility, she demanded to see a hell, a low gambling den of the roughest sort. To her, the common people were fascinating insects to be studied, and she wished to see them in their rawest element. Matt, understanding the lethal reality of such places, where a silk coat attracts a knife to the ribs faster than a spilt drink, tried to refuse. Yet, the dynamic between them was shifting. Tuon was not merely a captive, and Matt was not merely a jailer. She was the High Lady, and he, in her eyes, was a curiosity himself. Tom Merrilin, ever the diplomat and player of the game of houses, proposed a compromise: the White Ring. It was a place that masqueraded as a den of iniquity, but was, in truth, a watering hole for merchants and travellers. The White Ring was less a hell, and more a stage for the mundane vices of the middle class. The air smelled of roasted goat and wine, and a singer crooned bawdy tunes that Tuon, with her rigid cultural upbringing, found lacking in proper execution. As they sat, the cultural chasm between Matt and the Shonchan air widened. Matt attempted to teach her local customs, like the bad luck of placing a hat on a table, while Tuon countered with a piercing observation that sent Matt's blood hot with embarrassment. She suggested he might make a good groom, wearing pink ribbons. It was a subtle, devastating strike. She knew of his time with Queen Tywin. In the Wheel of Time, privacy is a luxury not afforded to Taveran. Rumours of his life had reached even her ears, stripping away his defences. To pass the time, and perhaps to reclaim some dignity, Matt turned to the dice. The game was Piri, a precursor to many modern games of chance. Here, the pattern flexed around him. The dice danced, obeying the strange gravitational pull of Matt's luck. He spun the Dark One's eyes, usually a losing toss but a winner if thrown first, and the gold and silver began to pile up. However, the psychology of gambling is a delicate thing. A Tarrabona merchant woman, her eyes sharp despite her intake of wine, began to look at Matt not with awe, but with suspicion. Matt, realising that being accused of cheating in a room full of outlanders was a poor survival strategy, forced his luck to break. He bought drinks for the house, diffusing the tension with generosity, a rogue's tactic to buy goodwill when luck runs too hot. But the atmosphere of relative calm was shattered by Tom's return from gathering intelligence. The old bard brought news that tightened the noose around their necks. First, the Ghulam, that nightmare creature immune to the One Power, was tracking them, likely responsible for a recent murder in Jurador. Second, and perhaps more immediate, a Shonchan army lay ahead. They were searching for a short, dark impostor, claiming to be the daughter of the 9 moons. The irony was dark and thick. Tuon's own people sought to kill her to erase the shame of her kidnapping. The great machine of the Shonchan Empire could not conceive of her capture, so they chose to believe in a lie that required her death. They attempted to leave the inn quietly, but the pattern had one more twist for the afternoon. Outside, in the twisting, narrow streets of Madarin, the violence Matt had tried to shield Tuon from found them. They were ambushed, not by Shonchan soldiers, but by a group of men led by the very merchant, Vane, who had abruptly left the dice game earlier. It was a chaotic melee. Matt, armed only with knives and his memories of 1,000 battles not entirely his own, danced the deadly dance. He moved with the fluid, horrific grace of a man who knows where the human body is most fragile. Yet the true revelation of the chapter was Tuon. When a female attacker rushed Matt, he hesitated, a lingering trauma from his past preventing him from killing a woman. Tuon suffered no such hesitation. With the lethal efficiency of the blood, she broke the attacker's neck and finished the job with a knife. There was no trembling, no remorse. She and Seleucia, her shadow and bodyguard, exchanged silent hand signals and tearful smiles, not of fear, but of relief and bonded duty. It was a stark reminder that Tuon was not a damsel to be saved. She was a predator in her own right, trained in the brutal politics of the Crystal Throne. The skirmish ended with bodies on the pavement and a grim realization. The merchant Vane had attacked them without ever losing a coin to Mat. The attack was not born of gambling debts, but something else, perhaps the influence of the dark, or simply the chaotic malice that follows Tavarine. Bleeding and wary, Mat realized that Madarin was no longer safe. They had to flee, not just the town, but the slow-moving target of the menagerie itself. The time for hiding in plain sight was over. The time to run had begun. Chapter 12. A Manufactory. The midday sun of Amadicia beats down upon Perrin Ibarra, yet it offers little comfort. We find him riding Steyer toward the rooftops of Almizar, 100 miles southwest of Amador, and immediately the atmosphere is heavy with a deceptive, manicured peace. The landscape here is too tamed, too orderly. Farms stretch endlessly, thickets are neatly coppiced for firewood, and domesticity rules the horizon. When Perrin reaches out with his mind, seeking the comfort of wolves, he finds nothing. The wolves avoid this density of humanity, this excessive civilization. This silence in his mind serves to amplify the isolation he feels, a wild creature trapped in a cage of politics and desperation. He rides within a fragile, bizarre coalition. To his side are the Shonchan, General Tylee Kurgan and Mishima, resplendent in their alien insect-like armour. Behind them, a mix of Fael's chaotic followers and Shonchan soldiers creates a visual clash of cultures, the rigid discipline of the Empire contrasted against the ragged nobility of the refugees. Perrin himself wears a green silk coat and a cloak pin shaped like two wolves' heads, a gift from Fael. It is a painful reminder of what drives him. In his pocket, he fingers a knotted cord. 51 knots. 51 days since his wife was taken. This physical totem of his obsession underscores the singular focus that is slowly stripping away his humanity. He is a man whittled down to a single purpose. They pass tinker caravans, the Tuahan, whose colourful wagons usually signify joy. Perrin considers his follower Aram, the tinker-turned-warrior, and the tragedy of a man who traded peace for the sword. It is a sombre reflection on the cost of violence, a theme that haunts Perrin constantly. He cannot send Aram away, for he bears the guilt of putting the weapon in the boy's hand. Entering the outskirts of Almizar, the surreal nature of this alliance deepens. They witness Rakan, great leathery flying beasts of the Shonchan, being fed and flown. To a Two Rivers farm boy, these are monsters from nightmares, yet Perrin forces himself to look past the wonder and the horror. He only calculates their utility. Can they help find Fael? If yes, they are good. If no, they are irrelevant. The group stops at a farmhouse commandeered by the Shonchan as a command post. Here, the narrative takes a sharp turn into the grotesque, reminding us that the Dark One's touch on the world is intensifying. Inside the mundane administrative centre, a young clerk begins to cough. The cough turns to vomiting, but not of bile. He spews a torrent of black beetles. The horror is visceral and absolute. The man effectively deflates, his body consumed from the inside out until he is nothing but a hollow skin on the floor, leaving the room swarming with insects. This is a bubble of evil, a random rupture in reality. The Shonchan are terrified, their rigid worldview shattered by this supernatural decay. But Perrin? Perrin crushes the beetles under his boot. He is unmoved by cosmic horror, because his personal horror, losing Fael, eclipses everything. He tells the terrified Shonchan commander, Captain Falun, that these are just beetles. It is a lie, but a necessary one. He has no time for the Shadow's games unless they stand between him and his wife. Perrin uses a document signed by the High Lady Suroth to command obedience. It is a dangerous gambit, playing with the hierarchy of a totalitarian empire. He demands carts and Rakan. The power of the Shonchan bureaucracy is displayed here. Even amidst supernatural terror, Paperwork must be filed, and hierarchies respected. They proceed into the town of Al-Mizar, a place of granite streets and prosperity, seemingly untouched by the world's end. Their destination is a converted stable, now a manufactory for fork root, the tea that suppresses the one power. The air smells of mint, masking the sinister industry within. They meet a lesser hand, a high-ranking Shonchan official with a partially shaved head, radiating arrogance. She runs this factory with industrial efficiency, producing tons of the drug to hunt Marath domain. The friction here is palpable. The lesser hand refuses to disrupt her quota for Tylee. Perrin steps in, again wielding Suroth's name like a bludgeon. He plays the part of a barbarian lord with high connections, bluffing that Suroth's wrath will fall upon anyone who hinders her intimate allies. The gamble works. The sheer audacity of a foreign barbarian invoking one of the highest names in the empire cowers the official. They secure the fork root, tons of it, but the shadow does not let them leave easily. As they depart, an arrow slams into Perrin's chest, deflected only by a button, while another pierces his arm. Assassins fire from a rooftop. Mishima and the soldiers pursue, but the attackers, men with dead eyes, hurl themselves from the roof rather than be captured. They commit suicide to protect their master. Perrin, bleeding and in pain, refuses the one power for healing, paranoid about being seen. The suicide of the assassins suggests a terrifying competence in his enemies. This wasn't a random bandit attack, it was a professional hit. Whether it is the work of the Forsaken or the chaotic madness of the prophet Masema, Perrin realizes the net is tightening. Yet as he seeks an inn to recover, his mind returns to the cord in his pocket. 51 knots. The arrow in his arm is merely a distraction. The hunt continues. Chapter 13. Siege. We shift perspective to the heart of Andor, where the drums of war beat against the walls of Caemlyn. Elaine Trakand is in the thick of it, or as close as her bodyguards will allow. The contrast between Perrin's silent rural obsession and Elaine's loud urban chaos is stark. She rides Fireheart, shouting orders that go unheard in the din of battle. Aramilla's forces are assaulting the walls. It is a brutal, grinding melee of sword and spear. Elaine watches Bagheet, her warder, fighting on the ramparts. The bond between them vibrates with adrenaline and fear. Elaine feels what Bagheet feels, the swing of the bow, the dodge of a blade. It is a unique psychological burden to be physically safe on the ground while vicariously experiencing the mortal peril of your other half. Elaine's frustration is mounting. She is the daughter heir, yet her pregnancy has reduced her to a precious object to be guarded, swaddled in cotton by her sister wives and bodyguards. The battle on the wall is bloody. Bagheet, dressed in the red and blue of the guards but lacking armour, is a whirlwind of lethality, using her bow as a club when the fighting gets too close. Elaine's heart stops as she watches, her own maternal instincts clashing with the reality of war. When the assault is finally repelled, Elaine rushes the tower, ignoring the protests of her guards. She finds the aftermath of violence, groaning men, blood-slicked stones, and the heavy copper smell of death. Bagheet chastises her. The dynamic here is fascinating, the warder commanding the Aes Sedai, the soldier commanding the queen. Bagheet is exhausted, her weariness bleeding through the bond. She is holding this siege together by sheer force of will, managing mercenary captains who are as likely to switch sides as they are to fight. One such captain, Rhys Abalaman, leers and offers excuses for his men's lack of commitment. Elaine sees the precariousness of her position. Her throne rests on the shoulders of men who fight for coin, not loyalty. Then the sky turns against them. Abruptly, unnatural clouds form over the inner city, black, mountainous and violent. Lightning strikes not at random, but with malicious intent, targeting the palace. It is another manifestation of the Dark One's influence on the weather. Elaine reaches for Saidar to disperse the storm, but the source slips away from her. This is a terrifying development for an Aes Sedai. The pregnancy is interfering with her ability to channel. She is powerless, spiritually and magically impotent in the moment she is needed most. It is Avienda who steps forward. The Isle woman weaves flows of air, water and fire, unravelling the unnatural storm with a competence that Elaine currently lacks. Elaine feels a spike of jealousy. a very human reaction to her own vulnerability, before gratitude takes over. The weather manipulation is slow and dangerous, but Aviendha succeeds, turning the malicious storm into a simple, soaking rain. Wet, tired and emotionally drained, the group uses the kin to travel back to the palace. This is a significant evolution in the law of warfare. The kin, women once rejected by the tower, are now the logistical backbone of Elaine's army, moving troops instantly across the battlefield. They have found pride and protection under Elaine's protection. Upon returning to the stable yard, however, a miracle awaits. Through another gateway, a column of soldiers rides in. They are not mercenaries. They wear the red coats of the Queen's Guard. Charles Guybon, a lieutenant with a face suited for smiling but eyes tired from duty, kneels before Elaine. He has achieved the impossible. He has gathered the scattered remnants of the guards who were disbanded by the forsaken Gabriel, along with loyalist armsmen from the countryside. He apologises for bringing only 10,000 men. The relief is overwhelming. In a single moment, the strategic reality of the siege shifts. Elaine is no longer solely dependent on fickle mercenaries. She has a core of 10,000 men loyal to the White Lion, loyal to her. She laughs, the sound bright against the gloom of the rain. She promotes Guybon on the spot, making him Vegeta's second. The chapter closes with a sense of renewed hope. Elaine is soaked, her magic is flighty, and her enemies are at the gates. But the arrival of Guybon represents the turning of the tide. The Lion of Andor has its claws back. But beneath the triumph, the bond with Vegeta remains a heavy weight, a reminder of the exhaustion and the sheer physical cost of holding the realm together. Chapter 14. Wet Things. The royal palace of Camelin stood as a fortress against the gloom, its interior defiance of the grey day outside illuminated by the flickering golden light of stand lamps. Within the stone arteries of the palace, a seasonal ritual was underway, a metaphorical turning of the wheel enacted in wool and silk. Liveried servants like red and white beetles scurried about, replacing the heavy winter tapestries with those of spring. It was a custom of the Andorran court to always look 2 seasons ahead, hanging images of autumn when spring buds were breaking, a reminder that time is a river that never stops flowing. But for Elaine Trakand, the daughter heir, the scenes of glorious battles woven into the fabric no longer held the childhood allure of romance. Now she saw them with a woman's eyes, understanding the terrible truth that the golden thread of glory is purchased only with the crimson coin of blood. She moved through the corridors, a figure of regal determination, though she felt anything but. Drenched from the spring rains, her heavy skirts trailing dampness across the tiles, Elaine fought a battle on 2 fronts. The political manoeuvring required to secure her throne, and the physical reality of her pregnancy, which left her temper frayed and her patience thin. The bond with her warder, Begit, hummed with a shared irritability, a feedback loop of wet discomfort and suppressed annoyance. Her procession was interrupted by the sight of Rianne Corley of the kin, accompanied by 2 women whose presence evoked a complex tapestry of pity and revulsion. Kara and Jilari were former Damane, women once leashed by the Shonchan. The psychological scarring inflicted by the Shonchan Empire was laid bare in the hallway. Jilari, a woman of middle years with the fiery hair of the Isle wastes, but the broken spirit of a slave, fell to her knees at the sight of authority. The conditioning of the Adam is a terrifying thing, stripping away the self until only a tool remains. We see the heartbreaking struggle of reconstruction as Kara coaxes Jilari to use the word I, a simple pronoun that represents a monumental reclamation of the soul. When Jilari whispers it and weeps, we witness the profound trauma that Elaine is fighting to keep from her own shores. Rianne brought news that was both a victory and a burden. A captured Suldam, Marley, had finally admitted to seeing the weaves of the One Power cracking under pressure. Yet, the indoctrination ran so deep that Marley now begged for the collar, believing herself a monster. Here, Elaine displayed the cold steel necessary for a queen. She proposed a ruthless stratagem. Send the unrepentant Suldam back to the Shonchan, not as prisoners, but as a poison. If the Shonchan leash their own lieutenants, the secret that Suldam can channel will spread like a rot through their hierarchy. It was a harsh decision, one that made Rianne uncomfortable, but leadership often requires navigating the grey spaces between morality and survival. Moving deeper into the palace, the weight of the past lingered in the form of Vandine. The Green Sister walked in the clothes of her murdered twin Adeliers, effectively wearing her grief as a second skin. It is a haunting psychological portrait of loss. By consuming her sister's identity, Vandine seeks to keep the dead alive, her entire existence now a razor-honed focus on finding the killer. Elaine, sensing the depth of that obsession, allowed it to pass. Some wounds must bleed before they can scar, but peace was elusive. The Seafolk Windfinders, Chanel and Renail, intercepted Elaine with the arrogance of those accustomed to commanding the winds. They demanded news of their runaways, completely disregarding the protocols of land-bound royalty. The cultural friction here was palpable. The Seafolk, direct and abrasive, clashing with the nuanced decorum of the Andorran court. When Chanel scolded Elaine about her wet clothes as if she were a wayward child, the pressure within Elaine finally detonated. It wasn't a decree or a command that escaped her, but a scream, a raw, primal howl of frustration that shattered the courtly facade. It was a moment of pure, unadulterated humanity. The absurdity of the situation, the release of tension, was so profound that even Avienda, usually so stoic, collapsed into laughter. It served as a reminder that beneath the crowns and the politics, these are people pushed to their absolute limits. Chapter 15. A Different Skill. Fury and fatigue can fog the mind as effectively as any mist, and Elaine found herself momentarily lost in the very palace where she had been born. It was a jarring experience, a spatial disorientation that mirrored her internal state. The physical changes of pregnancy were rewriting her body's map just as the succession war was rewriting the map of her life. Upon finally reaching the sanctuary of her apartments, the atmosphere shifted from the cold, hard stone of the corridors to the intimate warmth of the hearth. Here, the armour of state could be shed. Isande, her faithful maid, began the process of peeling away the wet layers, replacing them with dry silk. This domestic ritual provided a necessary grounding, a return to the physical needs of the body after the abstract demands of the mind. In the quiet of the dressing room, a profound discovery unfolded between the two near sisters. Avienda, dressing in fine silks that she pretended to disdain but secretly admired, was toying with a dull, antler-hilted dagger. She confessed she had kept it because she felt it protected Elaine. This intuition sparked a curiosity in Elaine, leading to an experiment with the cache of terangriol spread out in the sitting room. What followed was a revelation of a talent long lost to the world. As Avienda touched object after object, a rod of pain, a cap for directing machines, a library statue, she didn't just see them, she felt their purpose. It was a form of psychometry, a tactile communion with the power woven into the artifacts. The text describes this beautifully. Avienda sensing the song or the intent of the ancient makers. When she channeled into a bronze statue of a man with a book, causing the old-tongue words for fiction and non-fiction to float in the air, it confirmed that Avienda possessed a rare and distinct ability to identify the function of the power-wrought items. It was a moment of triumph, a reminder that the Aiel, often dismissed as savages by wetlanders, possessed depths of knowledge and connection to the power that the White Tower had forgotten. However, the warmth of discovery was cut short by the arrival of the Wise Ones, Nadir and Dorinda. The mood in the room plummeted from scientific excitement to the stark reality of duty. The Aiel were leaving. The order had come from Rand, the Karakan, and when the dragon reborn commands, the spears obey. The suddenness of the departure highlighted the transient nature of life during the breaking of the world. There was no time for gradual goodbyes. Avienda, despite her new status and her bond with Elaine, was still an apprentice Wise One, subject to the discipline of her teachers. The conflict between her heart, which wanted to stay and guard her first sister, and her duty to her people, was etched on her face. Elaine's reaction to this abandonment was not anger, but a frantic desire to cement their connection. She rushed to her jewellery chest, retrieving potent artifacts, a turtle brooch and a twisted dream ring, to press into Avienda's hands. These were not mere trinkets. They were tools of power, given freely. It was a gesture that transcended the value of the items, symbolising a bond that distance could not sever. The farewell was traditional, yet laden with heavy emotion. May you always find water and shade. The Aiel phrase, usually a standard courtesy, became a prayer for safety in a world that was becoming increasingly parched and perilous. As Avienda and the Wise Ones vanished, leaving the room suddenly empty, the silence that rushed back in was deafening. Alone again, Elaine sat while Esonde placed the golden circlet of the daughter heir upon her brow. The weight of the gold was a physical manifestation of the burden she now had to carry solo. Her sister was gone. Her lover was distant. Her enemies were at the gates. The chapter closes on a poignant image of isolation. A young woman, crowned and powerful, yet eating a cold, tasteless meal, bracing herself against the solitude of command. The wheel weaves as the wheel wills, and for Elaine Trakand, it was weaving a lonely path of duty. Chapter 16. The New Follower. We begin within the claustrophobic confines of the blue reception room of the Royal Palace in Camelin. It is a space designed for intimacy, though today it hosts only tension. The room itself is a work of artifice, its ceiling painted to mimic a cloud-streaked sky, and its floor tiled in azure, an attempt to bring the heavens indoors. Yet the atmosphere is anything but airy. It is stifling. Elaine Trakand, fighting for her right to the rose crown, finds herself squeezed into this small chamber to receive a delegation of mercenaries. The setting is a deliberate slight orchestrated by Mistress Harfer. Receiving men of commerce or banking here would be an insult, but for hired swords, it serves as a subtle reminder of their station. They are necessary tools, not honoured guests. The scene is a tableau of the precarious nature of power. Elaine is surrounded by symbols of authority, guardswomen, liveried maids, and the ancient heraldry of the White Lion. Yet the reality of her situation is fraying. Outside, the spring rain falls. Inside, the political weather is equally stormy. We see Doylin Mellar here, the man Elaine promoted to captain of her guard, a man whose ambition is as obvious as the excessive lace on his uniform. He preens, bowing with a flourish that borders on mockery. There is a psychological game being played here. Mellar allows rumours to persist that he is the father of Elaine's unborn babes. Elaine, pragmatic to a fault, allows the lie to stand because it distracts from the truth of Randall Thor's paternity, shielding her children from the dragon's enemies. But it is a dangerous gamble, feeding the ego of a man who is already starving for status. The mercenary captains, Cordwin, Gamason and Bakovan, are a motley collection of violence and greed. Jordan paints them with distinct strokes. The Damani Bakovan with his jewellery and deceptive stoutness. The Kahienin Gamason with his shaved forehead and stripes. They are here for gold, and they smell blood in the water. They know Elaine is desperate. The war for the succession has become a meat grinder, and these men are selling the meat. They demand renegotiation, citing the death money due to widows and orphans, a cynical ploy considering their trade is death. Elaine's reaction is a study in the internal conflict of a ruler. She is pregnant, her emotions heightened by her condition, fighting a visceral urge to scream or weep. Yet she must project the icy resolve of a queen. She threatens them with expulsion and poverty, a bluff backed by the steel of her guardswomen. But it is the intervention of the Aes Sedai, Karain and Saritha, that truly turns the tide. They step forward, invoking the ominous weight of the White Tower. Their words are calm, but the threat is implicit. The tower is eternal, and its displeasure is fatal. This moment highlights the terrifying duality of Aes Sedai influence. To the common man, and even the worldly mercenary, the tower is a monolith of power. But for Elaine, the horror lies in the subtext. She suspects one of these women is Black Arger. She is using a weapon she knows might be tainted, relying on the authority of women who may secretly serve the shadow. It is a chilling realization of how few allies she can truly trust. When the room clears, the facade cracks. Elaine admits her petulance. She is tired of bad news, of spoiled food, arson, and rats in the sewers. The mundane nightmares of logistics are just as threatening to her reign as the armies outside the walls. To regain her centre, she embraces Saidar. The one power fills her, washing away the fatigue and the erratic mood swings of pregnancy, replacing them with the cool, narcotic detachment of the source. It is a moment of peace, but also a reminder of the addiction of power. She lingers in the embrace, reluctant to return to the grey reality of her problems. But reality returns in the form of Master Norrie and Mistress Harfer. The news is grim. Aramilla Marn, Elaine's primary rival for the throne, is boasting of imminent victory. She is parading with the high seats supporting her, confident that Caemlyn will fall within days. This confidence is alarming. Aramilla is a fool, but even fools can hold deadly weapons if they have enough gold. Then, the narrative shifts from the high politics of queens to the gutter politics of survival. Norrie introduces a prisoner, Samwyl Hark. Hark is a creature of the streets, a master cutpurse who has survived 20 years in a trade where most die young. He is unremarkable in every way, plain face, plain clothes, which makes him the perfect shadow. Elaine needs a spy. 5 men have already died trying to trail the slippery Captain Mellar, suggesting Mellar is far more dangerous than his foppish exterior suggests. Elaine offers Hark a choice, the hangman's noose or service to the crown. To ensure his loyalty, she weaves a web of spirit onto the metal buttons of his coat and the buckle of his belt. It is a finder's weave, a magical tracking device that will allow her to locate him anywhere. This is a significant moment for Elaine's character. She is using the one power not for battle or healing, but for coercion, binding a criminal to her will. It is a necessary act, but one that strips away the romanticism of queenship. She is fighting for survival, and if she must use a thief to catch a traitor, she will. She sends Hark out to hunt Mellar, knowing she may have just sentenced a 6th man to death, but unable to afford the luxury of mercy. Chapter 17. A Bronze Bear. The narrative transitions from the static tension of the reception room to the dynamic movement through the palace corridors. Elaine, accompanied by Birgitte and her guards, heads toward the map room, but something is wrong. The palace itself feels wrong. Here, we encounter a piece of lore that is deeply unsettling, far more terrifying than a simple enemy army. The geography of the palace is shifting. Corridors are stretching or vanishing. Rooms are not where they should be. Birgitte, whose memory is honed by centuries of spun-out lives, notices it first. The architecture is becoming fluid. This is not the work of the Forsaken. It is a symptom of the Dark One's touch on the world. The pattern itself is beginning to unravel. The predictability of physics, the certainty that a wall, is degrading. It creates a primal fear. If the palace can change, what of the ground beneath their feet? What of the sun in the sky? The characters are walking through a reality that is losing its coherence. Elaine and Dailen Taravin, her most staunch ally, discuss this in hushed tone. They are helpless against it. All they can do is endure, pretending that the world is stable so as not to panic the populace. It is a metaphor for their political struggle as well, maintaining the illusion of order while the foundations crumble. They arrive at the map room, a grand ballroom repurposed for war. The floor is a mosaic map of Caemlyn, now covered in markers of the siege. Here Elaine meets with her War Council, though it is a council of children and holdouts. The youthful high seats, Conail Northern, Perival Mantir, Branlet Gilliard, are present. These are boys forced into men's boots by the deaths of their fathers, playing at war with a mixture of bravado and naivety. They represent the future of Andor, but they are fragile reeds to lean on against the storm of Aramilla's ambition. Cielin brings news from the neutral high seats, Luan, Abel, Pelivar and Elorian. The news is a stalemate. These powerful nobles are camped outside the city, watching. They have refused to join Aramilla, which is a victory of sorts, but they refuse to declare for Elaine. They are paralysed by the greater threat looming to the north. This threat is represented on the map by a marker in the shape of a sleeping bronze bear. It signifies the Borderlander army. 200,000 soldiers from Shianar, Arafel, Kandor and Saldea are encamped on Andoran soil. This is a staggering force, arguably powerful enough to sweep both Elaine and Aramilla aside. They are ostensibly here to find the dragon reborn, but their presence acts as a massive gravity well, distorting all local politics. The neutral high seats are terrified to commit their forces to a civil war when a foreign legion sits on their doorstep. Elaine's strategy here is complex. She permitted the Borderlanders to cross into Andor, partly hoping their presence would force the high seats to rally behind her as the legitimate ruler. That gamble has not yet paid off. Instead, it has frozen the conflict in a state of high anxiety. The boys, Perival and Conail, struggle to understand the strategy. They see only the glory of battle, not the nuanced dance of deterrence and diplomacy. The scene shifts to the evening, and the tone darkens significantly. We move from the abstract movements of armies on a map to the intimate horror of personal loss. Elaine is alone in her apartments trying to read history, feeling the crushing weight of loneliness. She misses Rand. She misses Avienda. The silence is broken by the arrival of Vandine and the kinswomen, Kirstian and Zarya. They bring devastating news. Rianne Corley is dead. Rianne, the eldest of the kin, a woman of immense age and dignity, has been murdered. And not just killed, but smothered with the One Power. The murderer left residues of Sidar thick in the room, a deliberate signature. Another kinswoman is also dead, her body missing, but her death confirmed by a personal token left behind. This changes the entire complexion of Elaine's struggle. There is a predator inside the walls. A black sister is hunting the kin, likely to terrify them into fleeing, thereby stripping Elaine of her channeler support. The cruelty of the act, using the power to suffocate, speaks to a personal malice. Elaine is forced to confront the reality that her guests, the Aes Sedai she harbours, include a murderer. She cannot expose them without shattering her coalition, so she orders the kin to move in groups, a silent herd protecting itself from a wolf they cannot name. The walls of the palace, already shifting and untrustworthy, now feel like the bars of a cage containing a monster. The perspective shifts abruptly, taking us out of the palace and into the mud and decadence of the enemy camp. We are now with Aramilla Marn. The contrast is stark. Where Elaine's environment was defined by anxiety and magical horror, Aramilla's is defined by delusion and decay. Aramilla sits at dinner, surrounded by sycophants and drunkards. The food is rancid, fatty mutton that is going off, symbolising the rot at the heart of her cause. Her allies are a depressing collection. There is High Seat Nassin, utterly senile, eating the rotten meat with gusto while leering at Elenia Sarand. Nassin is a tragic, grotesque figure, his mind gone, kept in place only because his name commands troops. His granddaughter, Sylvaise, sits quietly, her intelligence masked by a facade of vapidity, a survival mechanism in a nest of vipers. Aramilla herself is drunk on arrogance. She believes she is days away from the throne. She treats her allies with thinly veiled contempt, confident that she has bought the victory that diplomacy could not secure. Her inner monologue reveals a woman who is politically astute, but strategically blind. She sees people as pawns to be moved, or pieces to be bought. The climax of the chapter comes when her secretary, Hernville, whispers the news she has been waiting for. The mercenary captains, the same ones who were just squeezing Elaine for coin, have agreed to switch sides, or at least new forces have been secured, but they demand a king's ransom in gold, paid up front. Aramilla, blinded by the proximity of the crown, agrees. She is leveraging everything, emptying her coffers for a final, crushing blow. She believes the throne will pay for all debts. The juxtaposition is masterful. Elaine is fighting a war on three fronts: the political stalemate with the nobles, the metaphysical unravelling of the palace, and the covert war against the Black Aja. She is holding on by her fingernails, using wit, the One Power, and thieves to survive. Aramilla, conversely, is brute-forcing her way to power with gold and bluster, unaware of the subtle currents that Elaine is navigating. As Aramilla steps back into her tent, smiling into the night, convinced she is the Queen of Andor in all but name, the reader is left with a profound sense of impending collision. The bronze bear sleeps in the north, the walls of reality shiver in the palace, and the Black Aja stalks the corridors. The pieces are set for a violent convergence, and the rotting meat on Aramilla's table serves as a portent. The spoils of this war may well be spoiled before the victor can taste them. The intricacy of Jordan's world shines here. It is not just a battle of armies, it is a battle of logistics, of spycraft, of sanity against the breaking of the world. Elaine's journey is one of learning that the rose crown is heavy, not because of the gold, but because of the shadows that cling to it, and as the chapter closes, those shadows have never been longer. Chapter 18. News for the Dragon. The atmosphere within Lord Algarin's manor house is thick, heavy with the scent of cured Tyran tobacco and the looming pressure of a storm that refuses to break. We find Rand al'Thor seated at a long, simple table, nursing a short-stemmed pipe. It is a moment of deceptive quiet. Outside, rain lashes against the yellow-painted casements, distorting the world through bubbled glass, while inside, the dragon reborn attempts to navigate the mundane interrogation of a friend. Loyal, the Ogier scripter, is present with his oversized notebook, eager to chronicle the life of the dragon. Yet there is a profound disconnect here. Loyal seeks the glory of ballads, the coronation in Ilion, the cleansing of the source. But Rand offers only the dry, detached facts of a man who sees history not as a story, but as a burden of duty. We see here the psychological toll of Rand's journey. He has begun to strip away the emotion from his memories to survive them, a dissociation necessary for a weapon, but tragic for a man. The room is populated by the formidable women who guard and guide him. Nynaeve, adorned in her heavy jewellery of the power, watches the Shonchan woman Olivia with hawkish intensity. The Aiel maidens play cat's cradle, but remain coiled like vipers, ready to dance the spears. And then there is Min. She reads her philosophical books, but her eyes, dark and framed by ringlets, are fixed on Rand. The bond between them is a tangible thing, a mixture of fierce protectiveness and the shared pleasure of simply existing in each other's presence. It is one of the few tethers keeping Rand grounded in his own humanity, as the madness of Luz Therin Telamon scratches at the back of his mind. Rand's internal landscape is becoming crowded. He battles the dizziness of channeling, the physical pain of his unhealed side, and the intrusive weeping of the voice inside his head. But there are new phenomena now. He sees colours, visions of his Tavarine connection. He glimpses Mat Cawthon riding through a forest, and Perrin Ibarra grim-faced in a tavern. More disturbing is the face of a stranger, a man Rand recognises from the crossing of balefire streams in Shadar Logoth. He realises with a chilling certainty that this link goes both ways. The shadow is aware of him, just as he is aware of it. The quiet is broken by the arrival of Logain Ablar. The former false dragon enters with a swagger that belies his precarious position. He brings news from the Black Tower, and it is grim. The split is widening. Logain has secured the loyalty of many, but Mazrim Taim has created a tower within a tower, training his own sycophants in secret ways. We see the terrifying industrialization of the power here. Taim is not just training soldiers, he is forging weapons loyal only to himself. Tension ripples through the room as Logain and the Aes Sedai trade barbs, a microcosm of the gender conflict that has plagued the world for 3,000 years. Cadsuane, imperious as ever, forces a truce with the threat of humiliation, treating these world-shaking channelers like unruly children. Rand, however, is focused on the grand strategy. He reveals his intention to form a truce with the Shonchan. It is a decision that horrifies Min and confuses the others. For the Shonchan are invaders and slavers. But Rand is operating on the logic of the Aelfin's prophecy. The north and the east must be as one. The west and the south must be as one. The two must be as one. He understands that to win Tarmon Gaidon, he cannot fight the world and the shadow simultaneously. He must bind the 9 moons to him, a task that seems impossible, yet necessary. The heavy political discussion is interrupted by a domestic crisis of Ogier proportions. Elder Haman and Loyal's mother, Kovril, have arrived. Loyal, the brave adventurer who faced the Green Man and the Ways, is suddenly reduced to a panicked schoolboy. It is a moment of levity that highlights the innocence Loyal still carries, an innocence the world is rapidly trying to extinguish. He flees the room to face his destiny, leaving the dragon to contemplate the coming storm. Chapter 19. Vows. We shift perspectives now to Loyal, whose heart hammers against his ribs not from the fear of Trollocs, but from the fear of his mother. He navigates the twisting corridors of the manor, feeling the weight of the choke-vine tightening around him. He enters the Ogier rooms to find Kovril and Elder Haman waiting, along with Erith, the object of his affection and the source of his anxiety. The dynamic here offers a fascinating glimpse into Ogier culture, which values slowness, deliberation, and peace, everything the current age denies them. Kovril and Haman scold Loyal for his hasty wanderings, dismissing his heroics as mere foolishness. They do not understand that the time for the long handle of the axe has returned, but Erith understands. She looks at Loyal not as a wayward son, but as a hero. In a whirlwind negotiation that leaves Loyal breathless, the marriage is settled. To avoid being dragged back to the steading immediately, and perhaps because his heart truly desires it, Loyal agrees. The ceremony is simple, spoken under the light and by the tree. It is a union of gentle souls in a time of steel and fire. However, the domestic peace is shattered by a revelation. Covril reveals the topic of the Great Stumps debate, the opening of the Book of Translation. The Ogier are considering leaving this reality entirely, fleeing the coming shadow to another world, just as they have done in ages past. Loyal, emboldened by his travels and his friendship with the dragon, refuses to accept this. He realizes that running is no longer an option. If the wheel turns to darkness here, there is no safety elsewhere. He delivers a passionate speech, his voice booming like a drum, declaring that they must fight. When the fire threatens the trees, we do not run away. His speech is cut short by a glimpse through the window. The forest edge is moving, not with wind, but with bodies. Thousands of trollocs are spilling from the tree line, a tide of black mail and animalistic fury. The debate is over. The war has come to their doorstep. Loyal and Elder Herman grab the giant, long-shafted axes from the wall, their ancestral memory of the Trolloc Wars awakening. The scholar is gone. The warrior remains. We return to Rand's perspective as the manor house erupts into chaos. The attack is massive, a coordinated strike by the shadow using all 12 principal bands of Trollocs. Weaves of lightning and fire begin to rain down, but the sheer number of shadow spawn threatens to overwhelm the defenders. What follows is one of the most terrifying displays of the One Power in the saga. Rand steps to the window, seizing Saidin, but he is not alone. The madness surges. Lews Therin Telamon, the dead kinslayer, seizes control of the flows. Rand becomes a spectator in his own body, watching with horror and awe as the ancient Aes Sedai weaves death. Lews Therin does not just throw fire, he weaves complex, forgotten threads of destruction. He creates death gates, gateways that open and close rapidly, skimming across the battlefield a few feet off the ground. They do not transport, they sever. Where a death gate passes, matter simply ceases to exist. Trolloc bodies are sliced into nothingness, leaving clean, impossible wounds. Simultaneously, Lews Therin weaves blossoms of fire, mines of air and fire that detonate with concussive force, and arrows of fire, filaments of energy that pierce armour and flesh instantly. It is a slaughter. The psychological duality here is stark. Rand is the strategist who wants to survive, while Lews Therin is the tragic madman who screams for death, for his lost Ilyena, yet fights with the muscle memory of a man who has waged this war for 3,000 years. The sensory details are gruesome. The smell of ozone and burning ozone mixes with the copper tang of blood. The manor house shakes under the concussive blasts. Loghain, watching from another window, copies the Deathgate weave, adding his own strength to the carnage, though even he seems disturbed by the efficiency of Rand's magic. As the Trollocs break against the walls, and the Myrddraal are hunted down by seeking weaves of fire, the attack crumbles. The field is left carpeted in the dead. The silence that follows is heavier than the thunder. Rand wrestles control back from the voice in his head. He is left throbbing with the intake of Saidin, standing on the precipice of burnout. The women, Min, the maidens, Cadsuane, are staring at him. They see the power he holds, and they see the darkness that comes with it. Cadsuane, ever the tester, presses him, demanding to know his mental state. She prods at Min to gauge Rand's reaction. The dragon reborn turns on her, his voice cold and devoid of the madness that just fueled the slaughter. He warns her to leave Min out of her games. It is a chilling moment of clarity. Rand al'Thor has survived the battle, but the man who sat smoking his pipe at the beginning of the chapter has hardened further into the symbol he must become. He knows, as Lews Therin whispers in the depths of his mind, that they can indeed die at Tarmangaidon, and perhaps that is the only mercy left. Chapter 20. The Golden Crane. The wind dies, leaving behind a grey, suffocating silence over the battlefield. The rain falls as a fine mist, soaking into Rand al'Thor's gold-embroidered coat, a chilling physical sensation that mirrors the cold reality of his existence. He walks among the carnage of dead Trollocs, a grim harvest of the shadow. Loghain Ablar, the leader of the Black Tower, maintains a shield of air to keep himself dry, a casual display of the One Power that highlights the disparity between the two men. Rand refuses such comforts. He walks in the rain because he fears the voice in his head, Luz Therin Telemon, might seize the source if he reaches for it. It is a terrifying paradox. The dragon reborn is the world's only hope, yet he is locked in a mental cage match with a madman who has been dead for 3,000 years. Luz Therin cackles in the back of his mind, asking the poignant question of who is truly the madder of the two. Around him, the Maidens of the Spear form a protective ring, their faces veiled, their eyes alert. They move with lethal grace, stepping over the severed limbs of Shadowspawn, finishing off the wounded with the efficiency of those extinguishing rabid animals. There is no glory here, only the grotesque aftermath of survival. The scavengers have arrived, crows and ravens descending to feast on Trolloc flesh. But they strangely avoid the Myrddraal. The blood of a Fade is caustic, acidic enough to etch steel, and even the carrion birds sense the poison of the Dark One's commanders. The scene shifts from the physical clean-up to the political quagmire Rand must navigate. The Asherman and Aes Sedai are incinerating the mountains of corpses with the One Power, brief flares of violent heat acting as funeral pyres for monsters. It is a necessary brutality to prevent disease, but it underscores the exhaustion of Rand's forces. Amidst this, a servant brings a letter from Verin Sedai. The Brown Sister has departed, leaving behind a written warning that serves as a chilling reminder of Aes Sedai nature. She warns Rand to trust Cadsuane, but to be wary of the others, even those who have sworn fealty to him. The oath of fealty, she cautions, is not a guarantee of obedience. The Aes Sedai ability to twist truth extends even to their vows of service. They will find loopholes in their chains. Rand realizes that having sisters sworn to him offers only the illusion of control, not the reality of it. He moves to the barn, where the human cost of the battle is laid out. 19 Saldeans lie in a row, washed and respectful, yet covered in a plague of flies. It is a visceral insult to the dead. Here we see the terrifying versatility of the power, as Olivia, the former Shonchan Damane, weaves Saidar to obliterate the insects. Her power is immense, blunt and effective, shocking the onlookers. It is a moment that highlights the shifting tides of power in the world. The White Tower no longer holds a monopoly on strength. Amidst the grief, there is a flicker of life. Loyal and Elder Haman arrive. The young Ogier reveals he has been married to his beloved Erith, a bright spark of joy that feels almost alien in this dark atmosphere. But duty calls even the peaceful builders. Rand needs Ogier help to locate and seal the remaining waygates, to stop the Shadow from moving armies instantly across the continent. Loyal, bound by the bureaucracy of his people, cannot go immediately, for he must address the Great Stump. In a surprising turn, Elder Haman volunteers to aid Rand. The Ogier, usually so slow to act, are beginning to wake to the urgency of the end of days. The narrative then focuses on the tactical board. Davram Bashir, the Marshal General, brings news of a meeting with the daughter of the Nine Moons. The geopolitical landscape is treacherous. The Shonchan are paranoid, and traps are suspected. But Rand is focused on the inevitability of Tarmon Gaidon. The wounds in his side, one from the Dark One's lieutenant, one from the taint of Shadar Logoth, throb in resonance. He is running out of time. We then transition to a quiet room where Nynaeve Almira struggles with her own role. She is with Lan Mandragoran, the uncrowned king of Malkia. Lan is a man carved from stone and duty, staring out the window at the slaughter, his heart pulling him toward the blight. He feels the weight of the coming last battle, and wishes to ride into the jaws of death to fulfill his war against the Shadow. Nynaeve, however, is no longer the village wisdom who bullies people into health. She has become a force of nature who understands the necessity of subterfuge for the sake of love. She knows Lan intends to ride to his death alone, a suicide mission born of survivor's guilt and an ancient code of honour. Death is lighter than a feather, duty heavier than a mountain, is the shibboleth of the borderlands. Nynaeve decides to manipulate that duty. She agrees to take him to the borderlands, but she extracts a vow from him. He must ride to Fal Moran before entering the Blight, and if anyone asks to ride with him, he cannot refuse them. Lan, thinking he has won a concession to his honour, agrees. Nynaeve opens a gateway, but she does not send him to Shinar. She drops him at World's End, on the far western coast of Chaldea. It is technically the borderlands, fulfilling her word, but it places him as far away from the fighting as possible, forcing him to ride the entire length of the Blight to reach his destination. It is a desperate gambit to buy him time, to keep him alive just a little longer, but Nynaeve is not finished. The chapter culminates in one of the most powerful scenes in the entire saga, a testament to the legacy of a dead nation. Nynaeve enters a common room in a merchant town. She is adorned in jewellery, projecting the imperious aura of an Aes Sedai, but her mission is one of blood and heritage. She approaches a table of Malkiri merchants, men who have traded their swords for ledgers, burying their pain in commerce. She confronts Waylin Aldragoran, a man who wears the Hadori, the braided leather cord of a Malkiri warrior, and shows him the signet ring of the Malkiri kings, the heavy gold ring of the Golden Crane. The atmosphere in the room shifts instantly from mundane trade to the sharp electric tension of destiny. She identifies herself not just as an Aes Sedai, but as Nynaeve Ti Almiara Mandragoran, the wife of their king. She delivers her challenge, weaponizing their shared grief and lost honour. She tells them that her husband rides for the last battle, and asks the devastating question, will he ride alone? The reaction is visceral. The facade of the merchant drops, revealing the warrior beneath. Tears stream down faces weathered by years of exile. The Hadori is not just leather, it is a pledge to fight the shadow. The Kisain on Nynaeve's forehead is a pledge to send sons to that war. The room erupts not with the clinking of coins, but with the roar of a resurrected people. Aldragoran and his companions shout the words that signal the end of their mourning and the beginning of their final charge. The Golden Crane flies for Tarmon Gaidon! It is a cry that defies the shadow, proving that while a nation may die, its spirit can be summoned back from the grave by the will of a single, determined woman. Chapter 21. Within the Stone. The transition from the muddy outskirts to the paved resilience of Tyr brings with it a jarring realization for the dragon reborn. As Rand al'Thor approaches the city, he finds the lofty ramparts surprisingly unmanned. There is a strange, unnerving peace here, a stark contrast to the tension gripping the rest of the world. The archers' balconies are bare, and the guardhouse stands open, occupied not by soldiers, but by a washerwoman and staring children. It is a quiet testament to the strange apathy that can precede a storm, or perhaps the sheer exhaustion of a world waiting to break. Rand rides Tie-Dye Shah, a black stallion of war that demands attention, yet the rider attempts a futile sort of anonymity. He wears gloves to hide the herons and the dragons that mark his flesh, and a coat devoid of embroidery. He tries to be just a man, even as the madness of Luz Therin Telamon cackles in his mind, reminding him that a Ta'veren, a focal point of the pattern itself, cannot truly hide. His companions, however, are less subtle. Nynaeve, draped in silks and jewellery, and Min, in her distinctive tight breeches and coat, draw the eye. They are anomalies in the Tyran streets, signalling that the world outside is changing, even if Tyr tries to remain the same. But change has already arrived, and it comes with a sound like a rhythmic, metallic heartbeat. A steam wagon, a creation of the Academy of Kaihean, rumbles through the streets. It is a beast of iron and steam, devoid of horses, pulling machinery with a shrill whistle that sends pigeons fleeing and draft animals into a panic. Here we see the friction of ages, the industrial ambition of a new era grinding against the medieval stagnation of the old. Rand watches in amazement as urchins explain the machine's impossible speed. He tosses them gold, a gesture of charity that feels hollow to him. Min sees death hovering over the boys, a grim reminder that no amount of gold can bribe the pattern when the last battle approaches. Rand forces himself to feel cold anger rather than sorrow. He believes he must be as hard as the stone he approaches, or he will break. The city of Tyr itself is a sprawling, chaotic tapestry of wealth and poverty, tiled roofs and marble palaces, all overshadowed by the immense brooding silhouette of the Stone of Tyr. It is the oldest fortress in existence, a monolith fused by the one power during the breaking of the world. As they ride, the reality-warping effect of the Ta'veren ripples outward from Rand. It is a phenomenon of pure probability manipulation. Loaves of bread fall into perfect stacks. A drunkard falls from a window, only to land unharmed on his feet. Min calls it balance, a good for every ill. But Rand, consumed by the darkness of his burden, sees only the inevitable swinging of the pendulum back toward death and destruction. Seeking a moment of respite before confronting the High Lords, the party stops at an inn ironically named the Dragon. The sign displays a dragon with bat-like wings, a terrifying conflation of the Shonchan Raken and the creature of prophecy. Inside, the atmosphere is tense. Olivia, the former Damane, freezes at the sight of a man in the street, a stranger with the slurring accent of the Shonchan. The enemy is infiltrating, silently and openly. It is a chilling confirmation that nowhere is safe, not even the heart of the dragon's territory. They secure a room, but the walls of the inn press in on Rand. The psychological scars of his captivity by the Aes Sedai, the trauma of the box, flare violently. The confined space triggers a claustrophobic panic, echoed by the madman screaming inside his skull. To stabilize himself, to breathe, Rand seizes Saidin. The male half of the true source floods him with molten fire and freezing ice, bringing with it the nauseating taint of the Dark One. It is a drug and a poison, granting him clarity while trying to destroy him. He channels, slicing a gateway through reality, seeking the cavernous openness of the heart of the stone. Stepping through the gateway, they descend into the vast, columned silence of the heart. The Stone of Tyr is a fortress of shadows, where Kalandor, the sword that is not a sword, once lay. Now the great chamber is empty, save for confused guards who recognize their lord, not with joy, but with the terrified awe one might reserve for a force of nature. The guards mention that the corridors of the stone are changing, shifting on their own, a subtle, horrifying indication that the pattern is loosening. The Dark One's touch is unravelling the physics of the world. Rand ascends to the higher levels, his presence a storm waiting to break. He finds the High Lords, Darlin, Weiramon, Aniela and Astaril, gathered with Caroline Damodred and the Aes Sedai. The room is opulent, a display of Tyran wealth that feels frivolous on the brink of Tarmon Gaidon. Caroline, with her uncanny resemblance to Moraine, serves as a living ghost of Rand's past failures, a visual echo of the woman who set him on this path and died for it. The political situation has shifted. The rebellion in Tyr has ended, but the terms surprise Rand. The rebels have agreed to submit, but they demand that Darlin Cisnera be crowned king, not merely steward. They offer fealty to Darlin, distancing themselves from a direct oath to the dragon. It is a face-saving manoeuvre by the nobility, a way to bow without breaking. Rand's temper, frayed by the sickness of Sedin and the pressure of the prophecy, snaps. He demands total submission, furious that they would seek to restore titles he stripped away. He shouts, his voice carrying the weight of a man who can break nations. And then, violence, swift and humiliating. Cadsuane Melydrin, the legendary Aes Sedai who refuses to be awed by the dragon, lashes out with the power. She strikes Rand, a hard, stinging blow. It is a shocking breach of protocol, a moment that freezes the room. But it serves a distinct psychological purpose. She is snapping him out of his megalomania, treating the most powerful channeler in history like a petulant child. She offers him advice that cuts deeper than the blow. If people accept your terms, you must hold to them, or your word is worthless. The lesson lands. Rand swallows his pride, the rational mind wrestling the madness back into the dark. He accepts the compromise. Darlin will be king of Tyr, but there is no time for celebration. The Shonchan are on the march, and the last battle looms. Rand orders Darlin to secure the crown and then mobilise the armies of Tyr. They are not staying to rule, they are moving to Arad Doman. The chapter closes on a note of grim determination. The steam wagons may run, and kings may rise, but Rand al'Thor knows that these are merely the shifting of pieces on a board that is rapidly running out of squares. He is gathering the nations not for glory, but for the killing fields. The stone stands, but the world around it is beginning to crumble. Chapter 22. To make an anchor weep. The world of the wheel is one of water as much as it is of stone, and here, Upon the pitching blue rollers of the sea, we find the rhythmic motion of the Atha An Mierd, the sea folk. Harine din Togara sits amidst this motion, rigid against the swaying of the small boat, a figure of composed dignity despite the tumult around her. There is a psychological armour to the sea folk, a rigidity of spine and spirit that they wear as protection against the chaotic, fluid nature of the ocean they call home. Harine, seated beside her sister Shalon, maintains this posture not just for balance, but as a silent declaration of her status, even as her status has become a thing of fragility. They are navigating the harbour of Ilion, a place where the salt air is currently thick with the scent of commerce and the impending shadow of war. The text invites us to look through Shalon's eyes, or perhaps through the veil of her distraction, at the 12 rowers. There is a meditative quality to the stroke of the oars, a repetition that allows the mind to drift, or to repress. And there is much to repress. The recent memories of Shadar Logoth, the city of shadows, and the towering, terrifying presence of the Aes Sedai Cadsuane Malydrin hang over them like storm clouds. As they approach the long breakwater guarding Ilion, the scene reveals the changing face of the world. It is not merely the shore-bound vessels, clumsy and wallowing in the swells, that clutter the view. It is the presence of the Shon-Chan ships. We see here the physical manifestation of the geopolitical fracturing of the Westlands. These escape ships, fleeing Ebu Dar, are described as bluff-bowed monstrosities, alien in their construction, with ribbed sails that stiffen against the wind rather than breathing with it. To the graceful aesthetic of the sea folk, these ships are an eyesore. Yet they represent survival. It is a potent theme in this era, the compromise of beauty for the sake of endurance. The harbour itself is a sprawling tapestry of life. Bumboats, floating peddlers, cluster around the anchored ships like barnacles, selling everything from drying fruit to useless trinkets. It is a chaotic festival of commerce on the water, highlighting the desperation of a city filled to bursting. Even here, amidst the grand movements of the dragon reborn and the Forsaken, the common need for iron nails, fresh beef, and distraction persists. But there is a rot beneath the surface. The ships are plagued by rats, a subtle nod to the Dark One's touch decaying the world, where spoilage and vermin multiply faster than nature intends. Harine's boat passes the breakwater, entering the grey-green expanse of the anchorage. The weather, ever a character in its own right, shifts with unnatural abruptness. An icy wind from the north slices through the humidity, carrying the scent of pine and earth, scents that do not belong here. It is a reminder that the very climate is unravelling. The mist moves against the wind, a violation of natural law that speaks to the twisting of the pattern. The crew, superstitious and attuned to the winds, falters. It takes the sharp tongue of the deck mistress to snap them back to reality. Fear is the constant companion of these sailors now. The world has become a place where the wind no longer obeys the sky. They approach the flagship of Zyda, the new mistress of the ships. The hierarchy here is absolute. Harine, once destined for greatness, must now wait her turn, a painful lesson in humility. When she finally boards, the rituals of the sea folk, the touching of heart, lips and forehead, are performed with the precision of a clockwork mechanism. These rituals are the anchors that keep their society from drifting away in the storm of the end of days. Inside the great cabin, the atmosphere is stifling with tension and the scent of perfumed snuff. The first 12 of the Atha An Mier are gathered. Harine's reception is frosty, backs are turned, and cold shoulders are given. She is a reminder of a bargain that many feel gave away too much for too little. Yet, Harine holds on to a secret strength, the prophecy of Min Farshaw, the doomseer who claimed Harine would one day be mistress of the ships. It is this thread of fate that keeps her chin high. Zyda, the current mistress of the ships, commands the room. She is a woman of exacting standards, treating the Aes Sedai Amelia more like a deckhand than a sister of the White Tower. This inversion of power is striking. The Aes Sedai, usually the puppet masters of the world, are here reduced to nervous servants, flinching at the threat of a strapping. It illustrates how the sea folk's sovereignty is absolute on their own decks. The White Tower's influence does not float. The tension breaks, or perhaps tightens, with the arrival of the Coromor's emissary. It is Logain Ablar. The shock in the room is palpable. A man who can channel, a man who has gentled and now wields the power again. For the sea folk, who chain their own male channellers, Loghain is a walking blasphemy, a creature of nightmare standing tall in a black coat with the silver sword and the dragon pins. He does not bow with the requisite subservience. He carries himself with the dangerous confidence of a predator that has forgotten it was once prey. Loghain's interaction with the terrified Aes Sedai, Emilia, is fascinatingly complex. He reassures her he won't eat her, a dark joke about the madness that once claimed all male channellers. He declares Saidin clean, a concept the women in the room cannot truly grasp. The psychological weight of 3,000 years of history, the taint, does not vanish with a few words. Loghain brings a demand, not a request. Ships to feed the starving city of Banda Iban. It is a massive undertaking, require the mobilisation of the sea folk's greatest assets. But just as the politics of the bargain threaten to consume the meeting, true tragedy strikes. A messenger arrives, Samael Din Salan. She is haggard, broken, bearing news that silences the petty squabbles of rank and protocol. On the island of Tremalking, the Amaya people are dead. All of them. This is one of the most harrowing moments in the lore. The Amaya, a peaceful people who lived in the shadow of the massive statue of the Chodan Kal, the Great Hand, have committed mass suicide. The statue melted when the dragon reborn cleansed the source, and to the Amaya, this signalled the end of illusion. Their philosophy held that this life was a dream from which they must wake. Seeing their prophecy fulfilled, they took poison, men, women, and children, seeking to exit the dream. The horror of this cannot be overstated. It is a tragedy on a civilization-wide scale, a direct, unforeseen consequence of the dragon's actions. The sea folk begin to keen, a high, mourning wail filling the cabin. Even the iron-willed Saida weeps. It is a moment of profound collective grief, sad enough to make an anchor weep. Yet, Loghain stands apart. His reaction is chillingly pragmatic. He acknowledges the sadness but demands the ships remain committed to the dragon's war effort. Mourn if you must, he tells them, the room turning cold with his presence. But mourn on the march for Tarmon Gaidon. It is a brutal, necessary philosophy for the last battle. There is no time for grief when the shadow is falling. The dead are gone, the living must become weapons. Chapter 23. Call to a sitting. We leave the salt spray of Ilion for the mud and canvas of the rebel Aes Sedai camp outside Tar Valon. The atmosphere here is one of stagnation and waiting. Ramanda Cassin, the sitter for the yellow Arger, sits in her brown tent, the air smelling of rancid oil. The glamour of the Aes Sedai is stripped away here. They are living in a shantytown of their own making, a siege that feels more like a slow decay. Ramanda is reading a book, a trashy romance, The Flame, the Blade and the Heart. It is a humanising detail. Even the sternest manipulator of tower politics needs an escape from the crushing reality of their situation. And the reality is grim. The keepings, weaves used to preserve food, are failing. Beef rots, milk sours. It is a subtle, creeping horror, suggesting that the very fabric of the One Power, or the world itself, is fraying under the Dark One's influence. The safeguards of civilization are eroding. The tent is crowded, shared with other sitters, a violation of privacy that chafes at Ramanda's pride. The camp is filled with novices, including the families, older women who have come to the tower late. Among them is Sharina, a grandmother with potential power that dwarfs the others. Ramanda watches her with a mix of awe and annoyance. These older novices represent a breaking of tradition, a new world order that the conservative Ramanda finds difficult to digest. They are organising themselves, showing initiative, and shifting the power dynamic from the bottom up. Nisao, a yellow sister, enters with a ward against eavesdropping. The conversation turns to murder. 2 blue sisters, Anaya and Chiron, have been killed. The investigation is stalling. There is a sense of paranoia in the camp, a feeling that the enemy is not just Elada inside the White Tower, but something closer, something formless within their own ranks. They discuss the victim's friendship with a third sister, Cabriana Macandes, a name from the past, a loose thread that Ramanda can't quite pull, but which vibrates with danger. The political landscape of the camp is fractious. The hall of the tower, held in a patched pavilion, is a viper's nest of factions. Ramanda and Lelaine, the two poles of power, are constantly manoeuvring, treating the young Amelin, Egwene Alvir, currently a captive in the tower, as a figurehead they can eventually discard. They underestimate her, as they always have. Nissau notes that Egwene is no puppet. She is becoming a true Amelin, perhaps a great one. This realization unsettles Ramanda. She wants power, not a rival. A call to sit is sounded. The mundane mixes with the momentous as Ramanda navigates the muddy streets. She observes the changes in the camp, the breakdown of rigid customs, the novices acting with strange autonomy. The weather, too, is erratic. Storm clouds vanish instantly, another sign of the unstable reality they inhabit. The hall is gathered. The tension is high. The pavilion is a temporary structure, but the rituals within are ancient. The Amelin's stole sits on an empty bench, a silent rebuke and a symbol of the missing leader. Lelaine has called this meeting, and she looks far too smug. The surprise is unveiled. A green sister, Maurice, enters, not with a warder, but with an Asherman, Jahar Narishma. The visual is striking. A man who can channel, standing in the heart of the Aes Sedai camp. He wears the sword and the dragon, symbols of a power that the White Tower has spent 3 millennia suppressing. The reaction is visceral fear and outrage. Sisters gasp, some prepare to channel. But Narishma stands his ground. He is young, beautiful, and terrifying. Narishma brings a proposal from the dragon reborn, 47 Asherman to be bonded as warders by the rebel Aes Sedai. The number is specific, 47. The inversion of the bond is the ultimate taboo and the ultimate necessity. For thousands of years, women have bonded men. Now, the dragon proposes a partnership, though the Aes Sedai immediately try to frame it as a way to control the men. They cannot help but see the Asherman as wild dogs that need leashing, failing to realize the wolves are already at the door. Narishma, with a boldness that borders on insolence, reveals the truth behind the number. There were 51 sisters captured by the Black Tower. 4 Asherman are already bonded. 1 is dead. Remember his name, Narishma demands, his voice cutting through the shock. Eben Hopwill. Here the script touches on the theme of sacrifice. Eben Hopwill, a young man, died defending his Aes Sedai from a Forsaken. He held on to Saidin even as he was being destroyed, buying time for his bondholder. This story shatters the Aes Sedai's preconceptions. It humanizes the monsters in the black coats. It proves they can be heroes. It proves they have honor. But Narishma drops a second bombshell, one that connects the dots in Ramanda's mind. Eben Hopwill was killed by a woman channeling Saidin. The impossibility of it hangs in the air, a woman channeling the male half of the power. To the Aes Sedai, this is a contradiction in terms, a madness. But for Ramanda, the pieces of the puzzle, the murders of Anaya and Chiron, the connection to Cabriana Macandes, and the presence of the strange woman Halima who serves Delana, suddenly lock into place. Halima is not a woman, not in soul. She is a channeler of Saidin, hiding in a female body. A Forsaken. Arangar. The horror of the realization is absolute. The enemy has been sleeping in their tents, massaging their headaches, whispering in their ears. The rot in the camp was not just the food, it was a literal agent of the shadow at the heart of their council. Ramanda acts instantly, ordering the arrest of Delana and Halima. But as is so often the case in this twilight of the Third Age, the shadow is slippery. They are gone. The realization comes too late to catch them, but just in time to understand the magnitude of the war they are fighting. It is no longer a war of armies and geography, but a war of infiltration, where the boundaries between male and female, friend and foe, have been obliterated. The chapter closes on this note of terrifying clarity. The Asherman are accepted, not just as tools, but as necessary shields against a darkness that can wear any face. The world has changed. The White Tower, the sea folk, the very winds and tides, all are being reshaped by the dragon's wake, forcing everyone to adapt or to break like the statue on Tremulking. And as the Aes Sedai scramble to comprehend this new reality, the wheel turns, and the last battle draws ever closer. Chapter 24. honey in the tea. Egwene Alvear understood from the moment of her capture that her confinement within the White Tower would be an ordeal of the body and spirit. But she had underestimated the sheer weight of the pain. She had thought to lean upon the teachings of the Aiel Wise Ones, to embrace the suffering as they did when meeting their toe, their obligation. But there is a vast canyon between enduring pain and truly welcoming it. To the Aiel, pain is not merely sensation, it is information, as vital and neutral as the air one breathes. To achieve that state, one must not only tolerate the agony but draw it inside, consume it, and let it become a part of the self until one can laugh or sing amidst the fire of it. That first morning, under the ministrations of Silviana, the mistress of novices, Egwene found the Aiel ideal nearly impossible to grasp. In the cold pre-dawn light of the study, the strap fell again and again. Egwene's body betrayed her resolve. She sobbed, she flailed, and she drummed her toes against the floorboards as Silviana pinned her down. It was a raw, humiliating reduction of the Amelin seat to a weeping child. Yet, when she was finally permitted to stand, masking her flinching as the heavy white wool of the novice dress settled onto her burning skin, a strange transformation took hold. The tears ceased with unnatural speed. Looking into the mirror, a glass that had reflected the shame of thousands of women before her, Egwene saw a face that was flushed, yes, but eyes that held a terrifying calmness. She was learning. This was the battlefield she had chosen, a war fought not with Sa'angreal or armies, but with silence, stubbornness, and dignity. She walked a razor's edge. To refuse every order would see her locked in a dark cell, useless to the world. To obey every order would be to accept Eleda's lie that she was merely a wayward novice. She had to navigate a path of compliant defiance. She would attend classes, she would scrub floors, but she would not deny her nature. So, when Silviana dismissed her, demanding a curtsy, Egwene refused. She stated simply that the Amelin seat did not bow. It earned her the promise of another beating at midday and another at dinner. It was a heavy price, yet, as she walked out, she realised the pain was becoming armour. The White Tower itself felt wrong. The very stone seemed feverish. In the corridors, Egwene encountered Alvearin, the former keeper, pacing like a caged animal. The usually icy White Sister was fraying at the edges, stripped of her stole, her composure shattered. Egwene offered no deference, and Alvearin offered only a glare. But the dynamic had shifted. The captors were afraid. The prisoner was focused. Egwene's return to the novice quarters was a descent into the past, yet she moved through it like a ghost from the future. The dining hall was filled with chatter, a testament to Eleda's desperate recruitment, but when Egwene entered, silence rippled outward. She was a paradox to these girls, a woman in white who claimed the highest authority. There were challenges, of course. A young Kaihienin novice tripped her, a petty act of bullying. Egwene did not retaliate with violence, but with cool logic, dissecting the girl's desire to become Aes Sedai while engaging in the dishonesty of a child. She announced herself again as the Amelin seat, prisoner or not. It was a proclamation that shattered the normalcy of the breakfast hall. In the kitchens, she found subtle allies and old routines. Laris, the mistress of the kitchens, who had once aided in Min and Suan's escape, ignored Egwene with a deliberate intensity that suggested sympathy. But the regime of the tower was absolute. The forkroot tea was administered, a minty, numbing brew that dampened the one power to a mere trickle. It left Egwene with only a thread of saidar, enough to sense the joy of the source but not enough to fight. Her first class was a calculated disaster. The instructor, Idrel, sought to humiliate her by demanding simple exercises, balls of fire that any novice could weave. Egwene turned the lesson into a display of mastery. Despite the forkroot, she wove threads of fire, air, and other elements, juggling 7 complex rings and spheres, demonstrating a dexterity that far outstripped the teacher. Idrel, panic masquerading as discipline, beat her with weaves of air. Egwene did not stop. She accepted the blows, drinking the pain in like breath, spinning the weaves until a red sister, Katerin, was forced to intervene. The punishment was severe, sent running to Silviana again, but the message was clear. You can beat the body, but you cannot strip the skill or the station. The days blurred into a cycle of labour, learning and punishment. Egwene was forced to attend private lessons with sisters from various Argers, intended to break her spirit. Instead, Egwene turned these sessions into intelligence gathering and psychological warfare. She was a gardener planting seeds of doubt in the cracks of Aleda's foundation. With the brown sister Benet, Egwene twisted a history lesson into a discussion on the removal of incompetent Amelins, citing secret histories of mutinies that the ordinary sisters were forbidden to know. She left the brown sisters shaken, contemplating the historical precedents for deposing a disastrous leader. With other sisters, she spoke of Aleda's failures, the disaster at the Black Tower, the kidnapping of the dragon reborn, the ruin of the streets of Tar Valon. She endured their anger and their beatings, but she saw the hesitation in their eyes. They knew deep down that the tower was breaking. This fracturing was not just political, it was metaphysical. The Dark One's touch was warping reality. Corridors shifted, rooms disappeared, and the dead walked the halls. The novices and accepted were terrified, weeping in their beds. The Aes Sedai offered no comfort, wrapped in their own denial, so it fell to Egwene. She sat with the weeping girls, explaining the strange geometry of the world, offering the comfort of a mother to children, solidifying her authority, not through law, but through care. She was becoming the Amelin in truth, while Aleda sat high above, isolated and paranoid. Egwene's resistance extended to the humble chores she was assigned. While raking leaves in the water garden, she encountered Alviarin again. The woman was unravelling, hinting at escape, trying to lure Egwene into fleeing. It was a trap, or perhaps a desperate ply for leverage. Egwene shut her down with a terrifying serenity, declaring she was content with her situation. It drove Alviarin to near madness. A prisoner who refuses to be a victim is a jailer's worst nightmare. Even the nobility were not safe from Egwene's campaign of truth. She encountered Matin Stepanios, the king of Ilion, held in the tower under the guise of protection. The Red Sisters tried to shield him from the news of the world, but Egwene, scrubbing the floor at his feet, dismantled their narrative. She spoke of Rand al'Thor's amnesty, of the stability returning to the world outside, revealing that the king was not a guest, but a captive on a sinking ship. She earned another trip to Silviana for that, but the seed of doubt in the king's eyes was worth the price. The most cutting betrayal, and subsequent victory, came from the Grey Sister, Beonin. Egwene encountered her in a hallway and realised the woman had returned to the tower, claiming her oath of fealty to Egwene was void because Egwene was no longer Amelin. It was a coward's logic, but Egwene saw through the fear. She saw that Beonin had betrayed the internal spies, the ferrets, to save her own skin. Yet, instead of raging, Egwene seized control. She issued orders. She commanded Beonin to act as a double agent, to carry messages to the rebels within, to spread the specific seeds of discontent Egwene had cultivated. Beonin, trapped by her own guilt and Egwene's sheer force of will, crumbled and obeyed. Even in a novice dress, Egwene held the leash. Her nights were often spent visiting Lyanna, who was held in the open cells. Lyanna, too, had adopted a persona to survive, playing the role of the repentant but confused woman to sow discord among her green and yellow visitors. Together, they were two worms gnawing at the root of Aleda's power. They watched the cracks widen. They saw the Red Arger isolated, the other Argers eyeing each other with suspicion, the sitters plotting private vendettas. By the 9th day, the dynamic had shifted irrevocably. The punishment continued, but the intent behind it had failed. Silviana, the woman charged with breaking her, began to look at Egwene not with anger, but with a weary professional respect. She realised that the strap was useless against a woman who warmed her hands over the fire of her own pain. When Egwene questioned the legality of Shemrin's demotion, a blatant violation of Tower law by Aleda, Silviana engaged her in actual conversation, admitting the irregularity. It was a tacit admission that Egwene was right. The final confirmation of her victory came in the novice dining hall. Egwene entered, her body bruised, her spirit iron. As she walked down the aisle, the novices rose. It was not a scattered movement, but a wave of respect. They stood for her. A young girl scuttled forward to fetch Egwene's breakfast, saving her the effort. and there, on the hard wooden bench, someone had placed a cushion. It was a tattered, patched thing, a small mercy in a harsh world. Egwene sat, welcoming the lingering burn of the morning's beating, transforming it into warmth. She took a sip of the tea provided to her. It was sweet, honey in the tea. It was a forbidden luxury for a novice. A small, silent signal from the kitchens, from the novices, perhaps even from the very stones of the tower. They knew who she was. The beatings would continue, the struggle was far from over. But as the sweetness washed over her tongue, Egwene Alvear knew the truth. She was not a prisoner. She was the Amellin's seat, and she was conquering the White Tower from the bottom up. Chapter 25. Attending Eleda. The White Tower, usually a bastion of permanence in a changing world, is no longer stable. As the Keeper of the Chronicles, Tana Fear, ascends toward the Amellin's apartments, the architecture itself seems to rebel. Staircases shift, locations migrate. It is a subtle, terrifying manifestation of the Dark One's touch upon the pattern, a physical symptom of the rot festering within the Aes Sedai leadership. Tana climbs through the central core, avoiding the spiralling corridors where she might encounter the silent accusation of other Argers. The Red Arger stands isolated, and Tana, despite her icy composure, feels the weight of a fractured sisterhood. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the tower, the atmosphere shifts from architectural wrongness to human decay. Eleda de Avrini Aroyhan sits amidst the splendour of gilt and ivory, a sharp contrast to the starving city of Tar Valon below. Here, we witness the psychological disintegration of the Amelin seat. Eleda is not merely a tyrant, she is a paranoiac drowning in wine and delusion. She entertains Maidani, a grey sister and former childhood friend, treating the terrified woman like a mouse caught in eagle's talons. There is a cruel intimacy here. Eleda weaponizes their past shared vulnerability as novices, their history as pillow friends, to terrorize Maidani. It is a masterclass in abuse of power. Eleda reveals to Tana that she knows Maidani as a spy for the rebels, yet she allows the charade to continue solely to savour the woman's fear. Eleda is brittle, her temper flaring at the mention of the Shonchan in Tarabon, or the rebellion she refuses to legitimize. She demands obedience with the desperation of a ruler who knows, deep down, that her grasp is slipping. Most chilling is her casual mention of Egwene Alvear. The captive rebel Amelin is being subjected to daily taming by the mistress of novices, yet Eleda, delusional in her supremacy, orders Egwene to serve her supper, reducing a rival power to a mere servant in her mind. Far to the south, beneath the dappled sunlight of an Altaran forest, the atmosphere is less poisonous but equally tense. Mat Cawthon rests with his eclectic travelling party, a circus menagerie, a kidnapped daughter of the Nine Moons, and a handful of Aes Sedai. The juxtaposition is jarring, the grandeur of the White Tower's politics versus Mat's desperate, muddy dash for safety. The psychological dance between Mat and Tuon continues to evolve. Tuon, enigmatic and imperious, watches Mat with the detached curiosity of a scientist observing a new species. She persists in calling him Toy, a diminutive nickname that strips him of agency, yet Mat refuses to be owned. When a poisonous black-lance snake appears, Mat allows it to escape, an act of mercy that baffles the pragmatic High Lady. In a moment of defiance against her condescension, Mat kisses her. It is not a romantic embrace of storybooks, but a collision of cultures, a challenge issued and accepted. Tuon's reaction is telling. She does not swoon, nor does she rage. She clinically observes that he is feverish, her composure impenetrable, masking whatever turmoil the contact might have sparked, but the dice rattling in Mat's skull signal that fate is not done with them. The tension breaks with the arrival of riders. It is not an enemy, but the cavalry in the most literal sense, Talmanes, Delavinde and Chelvanin. The reunion brings a shock of reality to Mat's flight. Talmanes has brought the Band of the Red Hand, thousands of horse, foot and crossbowmen, deep into hostile territory. Talmanes delivers news that shatters Mat's perception of the world. He speaks of Egwene not as a village girl or a runaway accepted, but as the true Amelin seat, besieging Tar Valon with the power to travel instantly through the air. It is a collision of Mat's past and present, a realization that the friends he left behind have ascended to heights he can barely comprehend. However, the relief of reinforcements is short-lived. The pattern, as always, weaves a cruel thread. The secret pass through the Demona Mountains, their only safe route into Mirandi, has been obliterated by a landslide. Vanin, the best scout in the world, admits defeat. In these new mountains, formed by the breaking, there are no other paths. The chapter closes with the walls closing in. Matt is trapped in Altara with a massive army, a priceless hostage, and the Shonchan closing the net. The dice in his head have stopped, leaving only the silence of a trap sprung tight. Chapter 26. As if the world were fog. The forest of Altara is alive with the sounds of travel, a natural chaotic rhythm that hides a deadly organised intent. We find Tuon, the daughter of the Nine Moons, riding closely behind Matt Cawthon, or Toy, as she insists on calling him. She keeps Seleucia at her side, maintaining the rigid hierarchy of the Shonchan court, even amidst the mud and briars. But her purpose here is surveillance. She is studying this man, who wears the face of a buffoon, yet commands the respect of warriors. There is a psychological dissonance plaguing Tuon. Matt had denied knowing the dragon reborn, yet here, casually chatting with his subordinate Talmanes, he reveals a childhood spent with the very man who shakes the world. Tuon, a master of reading the slightest twitch of a muscle for deception, realizes she missed this lie entirely. It unsettles her. In Shondar, a missed lie is a death sentence. But more than the lie, it is the man himself. She watches him silence a nervous horse with a whisper, a moment of gentleness that contrasts sharply with the violence of his reputation. The conversation between Matt and Talmanes reveals the evolution of warfare, a theme that constantly underpins the turning of the age. Talmanes speaks of a new invention acquired from a Mirandian mechanic, a crank for loading heavy crossbows. This is the industrialization of death. It allows a soldier to lose 7 or 8 quarrels a minute, a rate of fire that threatens to make the lifetime of training required for a longbow obsolete. Even Seleucia, trained to be a living weapon, is startled by the implication. Matt, the memory of 1,000 battles in his head, immediately grasps the tactical advantage. Kill the enemy from afar before they can ever touch you. Tuon observes the signals of loyalty around her, the red hand symbol, the way these men, seasoned killers and nobles alike, look to Matt not just for orders, but for salvation. When Tom Merrilin rides up, the old bard offers a glimpse into the metaphysics of the world that Tuon finds superstitious and absurd. He speaks of Matt as Tavaren, a focal point of the pattern. He suggests that the very fabric of reality bends around Matt to correct its own flaws. Tuon dismisses this with the arrogance of an empire that believes it brings order to chaos, not the other way around. She looks for omens, a finch flying widdershins, clinging to her own superstitions while mocking those of the wetlands. They arrive at the camp of the Band of the Red Hand, and the atmosphere shifts from travel to martial discipline. This is not a ragtag gathering of brigands, it is a professional army. As Matt enters, a song ripples through the trees, thousands of deep voices joining in a chorus about Jack of the Shadows. It is a song of fatalism and camaraderie, an anthem for men who dance with death and trust their luck to the gambler who leads them. Tuon watches as the facade of Toy dissolves completely. Matt raises his ashandare, and silence falls instantly. He speaks to them not with flowery rhetoric, but with the grim assurance of a man who intends to bring them home. The revelation comes when Matt studies the maps with his officers. He isn't just looking for a way to sneak out, he is hunting. He marks the location of the Shonchan forces, plotting a trajectory that seems impossible to the uninitiated. Tuon realizes with a sudden, chilling clarity that she has misjudged him entirely. He is not a buffoon to be kept in a stable. She thinks of a lion, stuffed into a horse stall. It might look like a joke, but out on the high plains, it is a predator. Matt Cawthon is the lion, and he is loose. The narrative shifts now, moving from the potential violence of the band to the brooding, obsessive focus of Perrin Ibarra. Night has fallen over the ridge near Malden. The air is damp, the moon obscured by drifting clouds, reflecting the murky uncertainty of Perrin's situation. He stands near the great stone windmills and the aqueduct that feeds the town, his mind singular, honed to a razor's edge. He thinks only of Fael. This scene highlights the darkening of Perrin's soul. He is willing to use any tool, no matter how distasteful, to save his wife. He watches as the Shonchan soldiers, alongside his own Two Rivers men and the Aiel, execute a plan of chemical sabotage. They are dumping sack after sack of forkroot into the water supply. It is a silent assault, intended to strip the Shido Wise Ones of their ability to channel. There is a cold efficiency here. Perrin is not looking for glory. He is looking for an opening. We see the tension between cultures as they work. The Shonchan are disciplined but wary of the Aiel. The Aiel are contemptuous of the Wetlander soldiers. The Aes Sedai Seonid is dragged into this alliance with icy reluctance. Yet they all move to Perrin's will. He sends them into the aqueduct, into the dark water, to infiltrate the city. He warns them, particularly the impulsive young men of the Two Rivers, against heroics. His caution is born of fear, not for himself, but for the woman trapped behind those walls. Perrin returns to his camp, a place of uneasy alliances. He finds Tylee Kurgan, the Shonchan banner general, waiting in his tent with Berelain and the Aes Sedai Anura. The geopolitical landscape is shifting around them. Tylee brings news of the White Cloaks. 7,000 of them, led by Galad Damodred, have defected from the Shonchan cause and are moving north. To Tylee, they are oath-breakers to be hunted. To Bulwer, Perrin's secretary, they are a target. But Perrin displays a terrifying apathy toward the wider world. He does not care about White Cloak politics or the Shonchan Empire. He cares only for the news that 2 large Shido parties are returning to Malden. The clock is ticking. He has 3 days before the enemy reinforcements arrive. Suddenly, the reality of the scene fractures. A wave of distortion passes through the tent, a ripple in the air that makes the solid world feel like fog. It is a moment of cosmic horror, a symptom of the pattern screaming under the stress of the Dark One's touch. Or perhaps the use of Balefire, destroying a thread of time elsewhere. The Aes Sedai and the Shonchan are terrified, their composure shattered by this inexplicable phenomenon. But Perrin does not flinch. He is anchored by his obsession. The world can unravel, the skies can tear, but his resolve remains absolute. In 3 days it will be over. Inside the walls of Malden, the object of that obsession, Fael Bashir, is fighting a different kind of war. It is a war of endurance. We find her harassed and weary, navigating the treacherous social structures of the Shido camp. She is a high-ranking noblewoman, reduced to a servant, scrubbing backs and hauling water, yet her spirit remains unbroken. She is playing a dangerous game with her captors. Rolan, the Aiel warrior who has claimed her, represents a complex threat. He is not cruel in the traditional sense. He is charming, persistent, and undeniably attractive. He teases her with talk of kissing games, a flirtation that masks the absolute power imbalance between them. Fael is astute enough to recognize the danger in his charm. To give in to him would be to lose a part of herself, yet to reject him too harshly might risk her cover. It is a psychological tightrope. Her precarious balance is disrupted by Galina Kazban. The former Red Arja leader, now a broken pet of the Shido, corners Fael in the muddy street. Galina is manic, desperate for the rod that binds her to the Shido, the oath rod Fael has hidden. The dynamic here is fascinating. The powerful Aes Sedai is reduced to begging, while the captive noblewoman holds the power of leverage. When Galina snaps and tries to intimidate her, Fael reacts with sudden, visceral violence, slapping the woman. It is a shocking breach of the fear Galina usually commands, but desperation makes strange bedfellows. Galina promises to take Fael and her allies out of Malden the very next day, provided Fael delivers the rod. The meeting place is set, the ruined, burned-out southern end of the town. Fael is left standing in the mud, trapped between the encroaching affection of her captor Rolan and the frantic, unreliable promises of a treacherous Aes Sedai. She does not know that just beyond the ridge, her husband has turned the world into a weapon to come for her. The fog of war is descending, and for everyone involved, Tuon, Mat, Perrin and Fael, the time for games is ending. Chapter 27. A Plain Wooden Box. The midday sun hangs over the Altaran hills, casting a deceptive warmth over a day destined for cold brutality. We find Rand al'Thor waiting, a figure carved from tension and silk, standing upon a hilltop that overlooks the border of Andor. The wind whips at his cloak, a physical manifestation of the storm gathering not just in the clouds above, but within his own mind. He is dressed to impress, wearing the crown of swords, yet the laurel leaves of the crown dig into his temples, a constant physical reminder that power is never without pain. This is a man who walks with ghosts. The voice of Luz Therin Telamon echoes in the caverns of his skull, mocking him, calling him a fool for walking into what they both suspect is a trap. But Rand is a man who has learned that sometimes, to spring a trap, one must step directly into its jaws. He is here to meet the daughter of the Nine Moons, the heir to the Shonchan Empire, in a desperate bid for a truce. He cannot fight the last battle if he is fighting the invaders from across the ocean. The psychological weight here is crushing. Rand is surrounded by his own formidable army, Saldean lancers, Isle Maidens of the Spear, Aes Sedai, and Asherman, yet he stands utterly alone in his responsibility. The tension among his followers is palpable. The gender politics of the magical world are shifting. Red Aja sisters are conversing with men who can channel, a sight that would have been blasphemy only months ago. Necessity has begun to erode 3,000 years of dogma. They descend toward a manor house, the designated meeting place. It is too quiet. The farms are peaceful, the chimneys cold. The silence screams of an ambush, yet the dragon reborn rides on. When they arrive, the deception begins to unravel. A petite woman appears, veiled and regal, flanked by Suldam and Damane. To the untrained eye, she is the High Lady Tuon, but the pattern weaves a darker thread here. As Rand approaches, reality flickers. The woman's mask of the One Power fails for a split second, revealing a tall, imperious figure clad in black. Recognition floods Rand, not from his own memories, but from the madman inside him. This is not the Shonchan heir. This is Semiraj, one of the Forsaken, the Lady of Pain. The trap snaps shut with catastrophic speed. Semiraj does not hesitate. She unleashes a fireball of devastating precision. Rand, hampered by the presence of Min behind him, cannot dodge. He raises his hand, the hand holding the dragon scepter, the symbol of his earthly authority, in a futile attempt to ward off the attack. The world explodes into agony and fire. When consciousness returns, filtered through a haze of pain and shock, the landscape of the story has been irrevocably altered. The dragon scepter is gone, reduced to ash, and so is Rand al'Thor's left hand. Where fingers once grasped the world, only a charred, smoking ruin remains. It is a mutilation prophesied for cycles, a physical manifestation of the sacrifice the dragon must make. He gives of his flesh to save the world. The battle itself is brief but terrifying. The Asherman and Aes Sedai, already holding the power in anticipation of treachery, overwhelm the Forsaken and her Shonchan retinue. But the damage is done. Nynaeve Almira, usually so fierce, is reduced to tears as she heals the stump. She performs a miracle of the One Power, sealing the wound with smooth skin, but she cannot regenerate what is lost. Rand's reaction is chillingly detached. This is the dissociation of a man who has already accepted his own death. While Min weeps internally, feeling his agony through their bond, Rand simply observes the loss as a tactical inconvenience. He must learn the sword again. He must move forward. There is no room for grief in the heart of the saviour. Semiraj, though bound by flows of air and captured, remains unbroken. She looks upon the dragon reborn not with fear, but with the clinical arrogance of a predator studying wounded prey. She cruelly exposes Rand's mental state to his followers, revealing that he hears the voice of Luz Therin, not as a delusion, but as a real, distinct personality, a sign of madness that even the greatest healers of the Age of Legends could not cure. She attempts to sow doubt, to break their faith in him, using the truth as a weapon more potent than the One Power. But the horror of this encounter is not finished. A soldier brings forth a plain wooden box found in the manor. Inside lies the true intent of Semiraj's trap. It contains domination bands, a dam created specifically to control men who can channel. Had her plan succeeded, the dragon reborn would not have been killed. He would have been collared, enslaved, and turned into a living weapon for the shadow. The wooden box represents a fate far worse than death, the total loss of free will. We shift our gaze now from the high tragedy of the dragon to the dark, tactical pragmatism of the Raven Prince. Night has fallen over the Altaran forests. Matt Cawthon sits atop his horse Pips, surrounded by the band of the Red Hand. The atmosphere here is different, gritty, grounded, smelling of wet earth and horse sweat rather than sulphur and magic. Matt is playing a dangerous game of cat and mouse with the Shonchan army. He is outnumbered, deep in enemy territory, accompanied by the very woman Rand failed to meet, the real Tuon, daughter of the Nine Moons. She watches him from the shadows, her curiosity piqued. She sees him not as a scoundrel, but as a predator in his element. This is the evolution of warfare. Matt is not using the one power, he is using the industrialization of death. He has positioned thousands of crossbowmen in the tree lines, turning the darkness into a kill box. This is the new war, cold, mechanical, and efficient. As the Shonchan column approaches, led by their confident officers, they are walking into a meat grinder. Matt's battle luck, that strange Tavaran twisting of probability, is in full effect. But it is bolstered by the genius of a seasoned general. When the trap is sprung, it is not with a roar of magic, but with the synchronized snap of bowstrings and the dull thud of bolts piercing armor. The violence is swift and overwhelming. The Shonchan are cut down in waves, their discipline shattering under the invisible assault from the trees. Matt watches the slaughter with a grim resignation. He takes no joy in it, but he possesses the ruthless clarity of a man who knows that to save lives in the long run, he must end them now. He is creating a diversion, bloodying the nose of the Empire to force them to react, to clear a path for his escape. Tuon observes this massacre. She sees the toy she thought she knew stripped away, revealing the Lion of Andor beneath. She whispers an omen about an owl hooting twice, a signal of death. But the true omen is the man riding beside her. In the aftermath, the silence of the forest returns, broken only by the groans of the dying. Matt orders his troops to move on. He cannot stop to offer aid. The rules of honor have been suspended by the necessity of survival. As the band melts back into the night, we are left with the contrast between the two Tavarin. Rand, mutilated and magically assaulted in the bright light of day, and Matt, dealing death from the shadows with cold, mechanical precision. Both are caught in the weaving of the pattern, and both are paying the price in pieces of their souls. Chapter 28. In Malden. The air inside the peaked tent is thick with the stagnant warmth of too many bodies, a sharp contrast to the biting pre-dawn chill waiting just beyond the canvas. Here, in the heart of the Shido camp, time seems to warp, the eternal night of captivity dragging on even as the sky outside begins to bleed into grey. Fael Bashir is awake, her senses tuned to the predatory rhythm of survival. She fastens the belt of golden links around her waist, a symbol of her servitude to Savannah, yet today it feels like armour. This is the day the cage opens. But chaos, as it often does, arrives in the form of the petty and the weak. Dayrain, a Kaihenan noblewoman broken by her chains into a snivelling informant, stumbles in. She is a creature of tragic adaptation. She has learned that the only way to survive the Aiel hierarchy of the Gaishain is to climb over the backs of others. She sees Fael, Queen Aleandra and Mygdin awake and dressed, and the gears of betrayal instantly turn in her mind. Her excuse of a misplaced book is a lie so thin it's transparent. She intends to run to Savannah, to trade their lives for a pat on the head. The ensuing struggle is desperate and undignified, a silent brawl in the dark. It takes 3 of them to subdue the small woman, highlighting the sheer physical desperation of their state. Fael, Aleandra and Mygdin, a noblewoman, a queen, and a former queen in disguise, are reduced to wrestling in the dirt to preserve their hope. It is a stark reminder of how the wheel strips away titles, leaving only the strength of one's will. They cannot kill her. The risk of discovery is too high, and despite the harshness of their ordeal, They are not yet butchers. But they cannot leave her to speak. The solution arrives from the outside, silent as death. Bane and Chiad, the maidens of the spear who have sworn themselves to Fael, step in. The bond between Fael and these Aiel women is profound, transcending the cultural chasm between wetlander and desert warrior. With Aiel humour that is both dark and practical, they take charge of the informant. They will silence Dayrain not with a blade, but with the terrifying implication of violence, exploiting the very fear that drives the woman's treachery. As Fael steps out into the camp, the sheer scale of her influence becomes visible. It isn't just her small circle escaping today. A crowd of Gaishane has gathered, loyalists she has cultivated during her captivity. They are there to create a diversion, a living screen of white robes. It creates a powerful image of leadership. Even in chains, the falcon commands loyalty. She sends them away to protect them, her heart heavy with the knowledge that she is leaving them behind, to wait for a rescue that may never come if she fails. The escape group, stripped of their Aiel protectors who stay back to run interference, moves toward the town of Malden. The city is a corpse, picked clean by the vultures of the Shido. Doors gape like empty eye sockets. The streets are littered with the detritus of shattered lives, broken toys, shredded clothes. It is a graveyard of a civilization, occupied by a people who see cities as stone traps. They reach a gutted inn, the site of their hidden cache. The object they retrieve is small, but carries the weight of empires, the Oath Rod. To Galena Casban, the Black Arger sister enslaved by the Shido, this white rod is the key to breaking the 3 oaths and unlocking her freedom. To Fael, it is merely the currency required to buy passage out of hell. The irony is palpable. A tool designed to bind Aes Sedai to truth is being used to facilitate a deception. They proceed to the rendezvous point, a ruined building on the southern edge of town, marked by a fluttering red scarf. The destruction here is absolute, a charred skeleton of timber and stone. Galena is waiting. The Red Sister, stripped of her stolen jewellery but not her arrogance, demands the rod. The moment she touches it, the dynamic shifts. Galena is no longer a desperate prisoner. She is a predator who has recovered her claws. Fael, usually so astute, has underestimated the depth of Galena's depravity. Galena has no intention of saving them. Why leave witnesses? Why risk these women falling into the hands of someone who might question them about the Aes Sedai's activities? With a smirk of triumph, Galena exits the basement and triggers a collapse. The ceiling comes down. It is a terrifying claustrophobic betrayal. Dust chokes the air, turning the basement into a tomb. The panic that sets in is visceral. Aleandra, the Queen of Gildan, nearly breaks, shouting for the woman who just tried to murder them, but Fael's resolve hardens. If they are to die, they will not die begging. They try to dig, but the rubble is a precarious puzzle of charred wood and stone. Every move threatens to bring the rest of the building down to crush them. They are trapped, wounded, and running out of air and time. It is here, in the dark, that Maiden, who is truly Morghese Trakand, once High Seat of House Trakand and Queen of Andor, faces her own demons. She has spent months hiding her identity, hiding her minor ability to channel, hiding from the world that believes her dead. To save them, she must embrace the very power that led to her downfall and manipulation by Ravin. The description of her struggle is agonizing. The source is there, tantalizingly close, but her block makes it like trying to grasp smoke. Fael and the others surround her, not with commands, but with belief. They urge her on, a circle of sisters in spirit. Maiden succeeds. She channels, moving the red scarf outside to signal distress. It is a microscopic victory of magic, a simple waving cloth, but it requires heroic effort, and it works. But the rescue is a double-edged sword. It is not Perrin who finds them, but Rolan, the Shido warrior who has been pursuing Fael with a mix of captor's dominance and genuine, if twisted, affection. He sees their plight and moves to dig them out. Fael is saved, but she is back in the hands of the Aiel, her escape plan shattered, her debt to this man deepening just as her husband arrives to kill him. Chapter 29, The Last Knot. On the ridge overlooking Malden, the world is holding its breath. The fog, thick and unnatural, clings to the slopes, a curtain drawn by the Asherman to hide the hammer before it strikes. Perrin Ibarra stands on the edge of this precipice. He is a man carved from the earth of the two rivers, but the fire of the wolf dream burns in his golden eyes. He holds a leather cord in his hands filled with knots, one for each day his wife has been gone. He unties the final one and lets the cord fall to the ground. It is a profound psychological gesture. The time for counting days is over. The time for mourning is done. The blacksmith has put down his hammer. The Wolf King is picking up the axe. The planning is finished, but the tension among his allies is brittle. Masema, the prophet of the dragon, is there, a variable of pure chaos. He smells of madness and intensity, his devotion to Rand al-Thor twisted into a murderous zealotry. Perrin has to balance this lunatic against the aristocratic caution of Berylane and the martial pride of the Gildanin and Maina commanders. It is a juggling act that would break a lesser man, but Perrin has grown. He commands not because he wants to, but because the goal requires it. Tam al-Thor is at his side, a grounding presence amidst the madness. Tam represents the old wisdom of the two rivers, a soldier who has seen the world burn and return to the quiet life, only to be pulled back in. The presence of the two rivers' archers, lined up in the fog, bridges the gap between the humble village life they left and the brutal war they are about to wage. The fog lifts, or rather, the army steps through it. The visual is striking, thousands of Shido below, unaware that death has lined up on the ridge above them. The Aiel chant, "Wash the spears," a rhythmic, hypnotic song of death that usually terrifies their enemies. But the two rivers' men do not break. They are the descendants of Manetheren, stubborn as old roots. The battle begins not with a clash of steel, but with a rain of fire and iron. The Ashermen and the Wise Ones unleash the one power. It is a slaughter. Robert Jordan's depiction of magic here is not glorious. It is industrial in its efficiency. Fireballs and lightning tear through the Shido ranks, turning the disciplined Aiel formations into bloody chaos. Simultaneously, the Shonchan allies, led by Tylee, strike from the flanks. The Damane add their own destructive weaves to the mix. The Shido, trapped between the hammer of the ridge and the anvil of the Shonchan, are being ground to dust. They are warriors who fear no death, but they are fighting a force that strikes from distance with overwhelming power. Perrin watches, but he is not truly seeing the battle tactics. His eyes are fixed on the gates of Malden. They are a lodestone, pulling at the iron in his soul. The wolf inside him is clawing at the cage of his self-control. He can smell the blood, feel the vibration of the ground, but all that matters is Fael. The Shido charge the ridge, desperate to close the distance, to turn this into a fight of spears where their skill matters. The two rivers' longbows sing. It is a massacre reminiscent of historical battles like Agincourt. Heavily armoured or numerically superior foes, cut down by the relentless precision of yeoman archers. The Shido fall in droves, yet they keep coming, driven by Giotto and the refusal to break. Then, the restraint snaps. Perrin cannot stand on the ridge and command any longer. The general vanishes. The husband remains. He begins to run. It isn't a charge ordered by strategy. It is a primal need to be closer to her. He abandons the safety of the high ground, rushing down the slope, his hammer in hand. Aram, the tinker turned hunter, runs with him, lost in his own corruption of the way of the leaf, eager for the blood. But Perrin is focused. A Shido champion confronts him, a man who has likely killed dozens. To Perrin, he is merely an obstacle, a bramble bush to be cleared. The encounter is brutal and short. Perrin doesn't duel, he destroys. He catches a spear thrust, snaps the man's arm with the sheer mechanical force of his hammer, and cuts his throat. There is no glory in it, only efficiency. Perrin runs on, covered in blood that is not his own, his eyes fixed on the fortress within the town. The battle rages around him, a storm of lightning and screaming men, but he is the eye of that storm, moving with terrifying purpose toward the heart of Malden. The knot is untied, the wolf is loose, and nothing will stand between him and Fael. Chapter 30. Outside the Gates. The air inside the ruined structure was thick with the dust of collapse and the oppressive weight of entrapment. Fael Bashir, a woman whose spirit was forged in the borderlands of Saldea and tempered in the two rivers, found herself calculating survival in increments of sunlight filtering through the broken ceiling. It was not yet noon, but the world felt old and weary. The immediate obstacle was a precarious slope of blackened rubble, an unstable throat leading to the freedom of the sky. Here we see the claustrophobia that has defined Fael's captivity among the Shido. It is not merely physical imprisonment, but a constant psychological siege. The rubble groaned, a sound like a dying beast, threatening to crush them at any moment. Roland, the brotherless Aiel who had become both her jailer and her protector in a twisted dynamic of Stockholm-adjacent survival, appeared at the opening. He moved with the fluid grace typical of the Aiel, even amidst disaster, offering a hand that represented both safety and subjugation. Fael's leadership remained unshaken. Even parched, with a mouth coated in grit, she prioritized her people. Mygdin, Arella, Lassile, and Queen Aleandra before herself. This is the essence of nobility in Jordan's world. Privilege is a burden of responsibility, not just an advantage. The storm outside was intensifying, an unnatural tempest where thunder didn't roll, but crashed continuously, signalling that this was no work of nature, but a violent weaving of the one power. The escape itself was a humiliating mixture of necessity and indignity. To survive, Fael had to climb over Roland, feeling the strength of the man who claimed to love her, a man she intended to kill or escape, yet who was currently the only thing standing between her and death. He mocked her, pinched her, treating her with a familiarity that stung her pride, yet his promise to see her safe was ironclad. It is a complex, uncomfortable human moment, gratitude warring with resentment. Emerging into the open air, the scale of the destruction became clear. The sky was a canvas of violence. Lightning struck from a cloudless blue, and balls of fire, the signature of channeling, burst in the air. This was the one power unleashed in raw, destructive fury. Fael, ever the tactician, realized the anomaly immediately. The Shido Wise Ones were powerful, but this volume of fire suggested an external force, perhaps a factional war, or, as she dared to hope, Perrin. The narrative shifts to the streets of Malden, where the chaotic tapestry of battle was being woven in blood. Perrin Ibarra ran through the winding streets. He was no longer just a blacksmith or a lord. He was an elemental force, the Wolf King in human skin. His senses were overwhelmed not just by the sights of combat, but by the scents. He smelled the metallic tang of blood, the sour reek of fear, and the sharp ozone of the power. He was injured, bleeding from scalp and thigh, but the pain was distant, a signal his body sent that his mind chose to ignore. Then came a confrontation that encapsulated the tragedy of the Dragon Reborn's influence on the world. Aram, the former tinker who had abandoned the way of the leaf for the sword, lunged at Perrin. Aram's face was a mask of blood, his eyes glazed with the fanaticism implanted by the prophet Mesema. He believed Perrin was Shadowspawn, a lie that twisted his devotion into murderous intent. Perrin, wielding his hammer against the sword he had once reluctantly allowed the boy to hold, was forced to defend himself against his own failure as a mentor. He could not bring himself to kill the boy. The tragedy was resolved not by Perrin's hammer, but by Shido arrows. Aram fell, a victim of his own lost innocence and the manipulation of madmen. It is a poignant end for a character who represented the loss of pacifism in the face of the desperate turning of the wheel. Perrin pressed on, driven by a singular compulsion, the gates. He found them clogged with refugees and Shido defenders, and there he saw her, Fael. But the fog of war distorts reality. He saw a hulking Shido warrior handling Fael, and the wolf inside him roared. He did not know this was Roland. He did not know this man had just saved her life. He saw only a threat. Perrin struck with the fury of a man who has spent months in a hell of worry. His hammer crushed Roland, and the brotherless Aiel fell, dead before he hit the ground. It is a stark reminder of the brutality of this world. There was no final exchange of words, no acknowledgement of the complexity of Roland's relationship with Fael, just sudden, violent death. The reunion between husband and wife was visceral. Perrin, covered in the gore of battle, gathered Fael into his arms. He smelled the charred wood on her, but beneath it, the scent of her terror, her relief, and a dark, greasy aroma of guilt. Fael held her secrets close, She did not speak of Roland's kindness or her confused feelings. She buried them. In the pattern of the wheel, survival often requires silence. As the dust settled, the reality of their victory began to take shape. Banner General Tylee Kurgan of the Shonchan arrived, a symbol of the strange alliances the last battle necessitates. She brought with her the architect of this misery, Savannah. The vain, power-hungry Shido leader was bound and gagged, draped over a horse, stripped of her silks and dignity. It was a humiliation absolute and fitting. Fael, cold and regal despite her dirt-stained face, claimed Savannah's jewels, not for vanity, but for the practical need to fund the recovery of her people. Elsewhere, a quieter, more horrific justice was being meted out. Galena Kazban, the Black Aja sister who had double-crossed everyone, found herself stripped of hope. She was not captured by the forces of light, but by the remnants of the Shido. Tharava, the hawk-eyed wise one who had tormented her, reclaimed her property. There would be no trial, no execution, only an eternity of slavery. Galena was told she would never hold the oath rod again, never leave the threefold land. She broke, weeping, knowing she had traded one form of damnation for a much longer, darker one. Chapter 31. The House on Full Moon Street. The narrative threads shift from the rugged, dusty hills of Malden to the polished, treacherous interior of the royal palace in Camelin. Here the danger is not physical rubble, but the shifting sands of political intrigue and the unseen rot of the shadow. Elaine Trakand sat in the dim light of stand lamps, the scent of perfumed oil failing to mask the tension in the room. She was managing the kin, a group of women powerful in the one power, but timid in the ways of the world. The murders of women who could channel had everyone on edge. Elaine, pregnant and exhausted, was trying to enforce safety protocols on women old enough to be her great-grandmothers, yet who looked to her for guidance. The arrival of Duhara, a Red Sister, introduced a new layer of threat. Duhara swept in with the arrogance of the White Tower, assuming she could simply install herself as Elaine's advisor and steer the throne of Andor. The interaction highlights the fracture in the world's power structures. Once, an Aes Sedai's word was law. Now, Elaine stood her ground, rejecting the Tower's interference with icy composure. She revealed her own status as Aes Sedai, raised by Egwene, throwing the legitimacy of the rebel faction into Duhara's face. It was a gamble, a verbal duel fought with the sharp edges of protocol and hierarchy, but the night held darker promises than diplomatic skirmishes. Master Norrie and the street thief-turned-informant Hark brought news. They had located the nest of Black Aja sisters Elaine had been hunting, the house on Full Moon Street. The plan Elaine formulated was born of bravery, but also of the hubris that is the fatal flaw of so many Aes Sedai, and perhaps the daughter heir specifically. She gathered a strike team, Vandine, Saritha and Kareen, but made the critical error of ordering their warders to stay outside. Her logic was traditional. Sisters do not ask their bondholders to fight other sisters. But this tradition assumes a war between honourable women, not a hunt for creatures of the Dark One. It was a decision driven by pride and a misunderstanding of the enemy's ruthlessness. The raid began with the silence of a tomb. The streets of the new city were empty, the moonlight casting long shadows over the cobblestones. They infiltrated the house, finding it disturbingly quiet. There was a sense of walking into the mouth of a sleeping beast. When they burst into the upstairs sitting room, they found their quarry, the dark friends Phalion Boda, Marilyn Gamalfin, and the terrifyingly composed Shian. For a moment it seemed Elaine had won. She bound them with air, shielding them from the source. The triumph felt palpable. She announced their arrest with the confidence of a queen and an Aes Sedai. But the shadow does not play by the rules of the Tower. The reversal was instantaneous and devastating. Elaine felt her connection to Saidar shattered, not by a shield she could see, but by something alien. Sparks danced across her vision as her muscles seized. She and her companions collapsed, the power ripped away, leaving them helpless. The door opened, and the true magnitude of the trap was revealed. It was not just 3 dark friends. 4 more black sisters, Asna, Temeli, Chesmal, and Eldrith, entered the room. They wielded a Terangrial from the Age of Legends, a weapon that could stun or kill without warning, bypassing their defences entirely. The hunters had become the prey. The The psychological horror deepened with the betrayal that followed. As the Black Sisters stood over their captives, the truth about Karain was unveiled. She was not a victim, she was one of them. The realization rippled through the room. Vandene had been hunting her own sister's murderer, unaware that the killer was standing at her shoulder the entire time. But even in defeat, the desire for vengeance burns hot. Vandene, the elderly green sister who had spent nearly a year obsessing over the death of her twin, Adelius, did not beg. She acted. With her last ounce of strength, she drove her belt knife into Karain's heart. It was a shocking, brutal moment of fratricide and justice intertwined. The Black Arger's response was immediate and lethal. Chesmal channeled, and Vandene collapsed. Her bones turned to water. Saritha was struck down in the same breath. In seconds, the strike team was decimated. Elaine lay trapped beneath the body of the woman she had led to her death, her mind screaming a silent warning to her warder, Birgitta, who waited unknowingly in the street below. The chapter closes on a precipice of absolute disaster. The game of houses and the war against the shadow had merged into a singular nightmare. Elaine's confidence, her belief in her own narrative invincibility, had led them into a slaughterhouse. The walls of the house on Full Moon Street held them tight, and the silence of the Camelin night swallowed their desperate plight, leaving the listener with the chilling realization that in the wheel of time, even the mighty can fall in the span of a single heartbeat. Chapter 32. To keep the bargain. For Birgitta Silverbow, the reality of the world is often defined by the stone at her back or the bow in her hand, but her truest tether to existence is the warder bond. It was this metaphysical connection that suddenly spasmed, a violent convulsion of emotion and physical sensation in the back of her mind that spoke of one thing. Elaine Trakand was in trouble. The sensation wasn't death, but it was a limpness, a sudden, terrifying unsteadiness that sent a shockwave through the gathered warders. It is a testament to the unique psychology of the warder bond that the reaction was instant and communal. Men like Venner and Cyril, usually stone-faced, were suddenly ready to tear the city apart. But Birgitta, despite the fear bleeding through the bond, forced herself to be the general. Elaine was alive, but she had been taken. The streets of Camelin became a blur of frantic motion as Birgitte rallied the rescue. This chapter serves as a masterclass in crisis management amidst the fog of war. Birgitte had to balance the immediate need for violence with the delicate political web Elaine had spun. She couldn't just charge, she had to coordinate the city guard, the noble levies, and perhaps most difficult of all, the sea folk. In the map room, the tension was thick enough to choke on. Here we see the stark contrast between Birgitte, the hero of legend who lives for the immediate rescue, and Dialin, the high noble who looks at the map and sees the grand strategy. Dialin warned that stripping the city of defenders to save one woman, even the Queen, could hand the throne to the usurper Arimilla. It is a cold calculus, one that Birgitta rejected. For a warder, the life of the Aes Sedai is the only strategic objective that matters. Birgitte revealed the terrifying truth to Captain Gaibon. They were not just facing kidnappers, but Black Arger armed with a weapon from the Age of Legends, a terangrial that produced balefire. This detail shifts the tone from a rescue mission to a confrontation with cosmic horror. Balefire doesn't just kill, it burns a thread from the pattern, undoing the past. The mobilization required enforcing the bargain with the Windfinders. Chanel and her kin were reluctant to participate in war, hiding behind the letter of their agreement. Birgitte, desperate and furious, forced their hand, demanding a gateway not for battle, but for transport. It was a semantic game played with life and death stakes, illustrating how even in the face of the shadow, the sea folk cling rigidly to their hierarchy and rules. The army, a mix of the Queen's Guard, mercenaries and noble houses, marched through a massive gateway. They emerged on a ridge east of the city, overlooking the road to the river. Below them, a wagon moved, surrounded by riders. Through a looking glass, Birgitte saw the nightmare. 7 Aes Sedai, dark friends all, surrounding the captured daughter heir. The battle that followed was brief but apocalyptic. The Black Arger did not hesitate. They unleashed lightning from a clear sky, and more horrifyingly, bars of liquid white fire. Balefire. It carved through the ranks of the charging guard, erasing men and horses from existence. The psychological impact of witnessing balefire cannot be overstated. It is a violation of reality itself. Yet the guard charged on. This moment underscores the profound loyalty Elaine inspires. These men rode into erasure for the Golden Lily. Birgitta, watching the slaughter, forced the Windfinders to witness the cost of their hesitation. Finally, the Sea Folk acted, not with lethal force, but with shields of spirit, cutting the Dark Friends off from the source. The silence that followed the thunder of the One Power was deafening. The immediate threat was neutralized, but the war for the Lion Throne was far from over. Chapter 33, 9 out of 10. The perspective shifts to the interior of the wagon, to the woman at the centre of the storm. Elaine Trakand, bound, gagged and shielded, offers a study in royal composure. Even trussed up like a sack of grain, her mind remained active, refusing the paralysis of fear. She focused on the bond, feeling Birgitta's approach like an arrow in flight. When the wagon jolted from the explosions outside, her concern wasn't for herself, but for the men dying to save her. This is the essence of Elaine's character development. She has moved from the impetuous adventurer to a ruler who feels the weight of every life spent in her name. The rescue was swift. Birgitta tore open the canvas, and the reunion was stripped of sentimentality, replaced by urgent pragmatism. Elaine emerged to find her enemies bound, the Black Aja sisters reduced to sullen prisoners. But there was no time for interrogation. Here, Elaine's tactical brilliance shines. Upon learning that Aramilla's forces were massed outside the Farmading Gate, and that the usurper had likely stripped her camps to make a final push, Elaine saw an opportunity that a lesser commander would have missed. Instead of retreating to the safety of the palace to lick her wounds, she decided to turn the rescue force into a hammer. The plan was audacious. They would use the Windfinder's gateway to transport the army back to the south side of Camelin, emerging behind Aramilla's lines. It was a classic pincer movement, trapping the besieging army against the very walls they were trying to breach. The narrative moved quickly as Elaine, ignoring Birgitte's protests, rode with her troops. She needed to be seen. The cry of "Elaine and Andor" began to ripple through the air. As the gates of the city swung open, revealing that the defenders within had held, the trap snapped shut. The ensuing battle was a slaughter, a chaotic crush in the narrow streets of Low Camelin. Aramilla's forces, packed tight and assaulted from both the city walls and the rear, had nowhere to manoeuvre. The description of the combat highlights the brutality of medieval urban warfare. Archers on rooftops, halberds in the streets, and the sheer claustrophobia of men dying with nowhere to fall. But the true climax of these chapters was not military, but political. As the cries for "Quarter" rose and the fighting died down, the high nobility of Andor began to be brought before Elaine. This was the moment the game of houses turned. Aramilla, Nian, and Elenia, the three great rivals, were brought in, stripped of their dignity but not their arrogance. They expected ransoms, perhaps a comfortable confinement. Elaine's gaze was colder. She had won the field, but she needed the throne. The most chilling moment came with the arrival of Sylvaise Kyren. The young noblewoman revealed that her grandfather, the High Seat, had conveniently suffered a seizure, allowing her to take control and declare for Elaine. The implication was clear. Sylvaise had hastened her ascension to be on the winning side. It is a dark reminder that in the game of houses, survival often requires ruthlessness closer to home than on the battlefield. Then came the dominoes. Leah Baron and Carind Anshar, seeing the winds change, abandoned their support for Aramilla and declared for Trakand. They were trying to salvage their positions, pivoting with the shameless agility of career politicians. Elaine accepted their fealty, not with warmth, but with the icy pragmatism of a queen. She did not need their love. She needed their banners. With their declarations, the tally shifted. 9 of the great houses now stood for Elaine Trakand. 10 were needed for the crown, but 9 broke the back of the opposition. As the sun stood high over a city stained with blood and smelling of ozone and smoke, Elaine sat on her horse, exhausted but unbowed. She had survived kidnapping, balefire, and betrayal. She had turned a desperate rescue into a decisive victory. The Lion Throne was within her grasp, not because of destiny alone, but because she had been willing to pay the iron price for it. Chapter 34. A Cup of Kaf. The wheel of fate turns, and we find ourselves amidst the rigid, ironclad discipline of the Shonchan military machine. Yet here, the gears are grinding against the grit of rumour and suspicion. We follow Banner General Furik Kharid of the Death Watch Guard, a man who embodies the very concept of stoicism. He rides into a camp in east-central Altara, a place of orderly pale tents and silent tensions. The reception he receives is colder than the grave. A sentry spits as he passes. For the Death Watch Guard, who are technically duck overlay, property of the empress, yet hold a status that demands life or death reverence, this is an aberration. It speaks to the chaotic state of the return. The rumours that the guards were involved in the kidnapping of the High Lady Tuon have poisoned the water, turning their own countrymen against them. Kharid, however, is a man who has schooled his soul into stillness. He ignores the insult, his gloved fist over his heart in a salute that is returned with reluctance. He is not here for glory. He is here for information. He has left his retinue, including the fierce little hillman Ajimbura and the Ogier gardeners, mostly behind or hidden, knowing that a heavy hand here would only close doors he needs to pry open. He seeks the High Lady, the centre of his world, the woman for whom he would burn the world or himself without a second thought. The camp he enters is a study in frustration. It is a place of armoured men, strangely fully kit out in a way that suggests imminent battle, yet they are stagnant. Kharidi meets with Banner General Gamal Loon, a man with a scarred ear and the weary eyes of a commander who has been fighting smoke and shadows. The interaction between these two is a fascinating study in the unspoken brotherhood of soldiers. Despite the hostility hanging in the air, the belief that Kharid is a traitor, Loon offers him kaf. This bitter black drink becomes a ritual of truce. As they sip the rare, expensive brew, likely from the Ijaz Mountains, the hostility momentarily recedes behind the veil of professional courtesy. Loon reveals the source of his exhaustion, and in doing so, paints a portrait of military genius that Kharid instantly recognises, though he misidentifies the artist. The Shonchan have been bedeviled by a phantom army. Over a single week, dozens of engagements, ambushes and raids have shattered their composure. The enemy strikes everywhere at once, vanishing before the Rakens can spot them, tearing apart formations with crossbow bolts and explosions that mimic the One Power, but leave no residue of it. Loon admits they are being outfought, outmaneuvered and humiliated by a force that seems to possess the tactical brilliance of the great captains of the West. Kharidi listens, his mind working like a steel trap. He hears of Aes Sedai fighting alongside these ghosts, of an enemy that refuses to leave the dead behind. To Loon, it is a nightmare. To Kharidi, it is a signature. He suspects the White Tower has employed a legendary commander, perhaps Agelmar Jagad or Gareth Bryn, masquerading under the name Tom Merrilin. The listener, of course, recognises the chaotic, luck-fueled brilliance of Matt Cawthon and the Band of the Red Hand. But to the Shonchan, this level of unconventional warfare is alien and terrifying. Kharid realises the High Lady must be with this Merrilin. The fact that the enemy is so elusive, and that they haven't used travelling to simply vanish to safety, suggests limitations that Kharid can exploit. He thanks Loon, preserving the veneer of civility with the phrase, "We will meet in Shondar," a promise of home that rings with melancholy hope. As Kharid departs, reuniting with his Ogier gardeners and the lethal Captain Musenge, his course is set. He heads for the Malvide Narrows. He knows the clock is ticking. A massive Shonchan army under General Chizan is looping back to crush this ghost army. Kharid must reach the High Lady before the hammer falls. It is a race not just against time, but against the inevitability of slaughter. Chapter 35. The importance of Dialin. The narrative shifts from the dry tension of the Shonchan camp to the sodden, rain-lashed stone of Camelin. The sky weeps over Andor, a deluge that matches the turbulent political climate within the royal palace. Elaine Trakand, the daughter heir, sits at the centre of a storm that is both external and internal. She is a woman fighting on two fronts: the physical battle to secure her city against siege, and the physiological battle of her own pregnancy. The juxtaposition is sharp. She deals with the movement of armies and the treachery of high lords, while simultaneously enduring the fussing of her midwife, Melfane Dawlish, who weighs her, checks her humours, and lectures her on eating habits. The psychological weight on Elaine is immense. We see a young woman who is trying to project the invulnerability of a queen, while feeling the very human vulnerabilities of an expectant mother. She misses her warder and friend Birgitte, and aches for the bond of her sister-wife Avienda. The arrival of a messenger from the rebel High Lords, Luan, Arathel, Pelivar and their faction, brings matters to a head. They request safe conduct to enter Camelin. To Elaine, this phrase is a slap in the face. It implies that without such a promise, she acts as a tyrant who would imprison them. It is a diplomatic insult wrapped in protocol. Her response is a masterclass in regal fury. She grants the conduct but saturates her reply with ice, sealing it with a force that nearly breaks the wax. She is done playing the frightened girl. Yet amidst the anger, there is a moment of profound vulnerability with Dylin. Elaine asks, perhaps for the final time, if Dylin wishes to be queen. It is a test of loyalty, but also a plea for reassurance. Dylin's refusal is grounded in a deep respect for stability and continuity. She tells Elaine that she is the better choice, not just because of her bloodline, but because of who she is. It is a validation Elaine desperately needs, cutting through her insecurities like a beacon in the gloom. The grand political manoeuvre takes place in the Grand Hall, a space echoing with the judgment of past queens. The imagery here is striking: the white lion banner, the tall windows dark with rain, the mirrored lamps. The High Lords and ladies arrive, dripping wet and radiating defiance. They have come to offer a truce, believing they must unite to fight the massive Borderlander army that has been sitting strangely idle in Andor. They believe they are negotiating from a position of necessary strength. Elaine, however, holds all the cards, and she plays them with the cool detachment of an Aes Sedai of the Green Aja. She reveals the truth that shatters their assumptions. The Borderlanders are not invaders. They are pilgrims of war, searching for the dragon reborn, and Elaine has already granted them passage. She has been managing them while the High Lords were posturing. This revelation sucks the wind from their sails. They realise that Elaine is not merely a claimant to the throne, she is already ruling. She understands the global stakes of Tarmon Gaidon in a way they, with their provincial squabbles, do not. The dominoes fall. One by one, the houses declare for Trakand. It is not a joyous embrace, but a concession to reality and competence. Even the bitter Elorian Tremaine, though she refuses to stand for Elaine personally, admits that when the last battle comes, she will ride behind the Lion of Andor. Elaine has won. She has secured the throne. As she walks away, the thunder rolls overhead, no longer just a storm, but the drums of the coming apocalypse. She has her kingdom, but the realization is heavy. The stories always end with the coronation, but in reality, the crown is just the beginning of the struggle. Chapter 36. Under an Oak. We return to the wilderness, to the tense intersection of three destinies: the grim determination of Furik Careed, the chaotic luck of Mat Cawthon, and the imperial destiny of the High Lady Tuon. Careed, having located the camp of the Ghost Army, rides into the Lion's Den. He brings a small symbolic force, his Ogier Gardeners, the Dursaldam Melatine, and the Domain Mylen. It is a gamble of the highest order. He expects a trap. What he finds is a scene of surreal domesticity that defies all Shonchan military logic. Under the spreading branches of a great oak, amidst the casual sprawl of the Band of the Red Hand, he finds a cultural collision. He sees Mistress Annan reading a book, Aes Sedai sitting in sullen captivity, and the man he thought was a mythic general playing board games. The visuals here are jarring and delightful, the terrifying efficiency of the band masked by the laid-back demeanour of its commander. Mat Cawthon, wearing his wide-brimmed hat and black scarf, confronts Careed. The interaction is layered with mistaken identities and hidden truths. To the Shonchan, Mat is Tom Merrilin, a mastermind general. To himself, Mat is just a man trying to survive the dice rattling in his head. The tension spikes when the Aes Sedai prisoners try to cause trouble, and Mat shuts them down with a casual authority that shocks the Shonchan. He commands the power wielders as if they were unruly children, and his immunity to their flows, thanks to his foxhead medallion, adds to his mystique in Careedi's eyes. Careedi plays his hand. He warns General Merrilin, that General Chizen is returning with overwhelming force. He offers a trade, the High Lady's safety for the army's survival. It is a noble offer, born of Kharidi's willingness to die for Tuon. But Mat Cawthon does not play by expected rules. He corrects Kharid. He is not Merylin, he is Matrim Cawthon. And then he does the unthinkable. He turns to Tuon and asks if she trusts Kharid. This moment is pivotal. It shifts the agency from the men to the woman they both, in their own ways, serve. Tuon's affirmation of Kharid is absolute. She reveals that she has kept Kharid's gift, a doll, for 10 years, a touch of humanity in the rigid porcelain doll-like persona of the Daughter of the Nine Moons. Then comes the revelation that shakes the foundations of the scene. As they prepare to separate, Tuon stands and declares, clearly and formally, "Matrim Cawthon is my husband." The words hang in the air like the tolling of a bell. The prophecy is fulfilled. The chaotic Tavaren and the imperial heir are bound. Mat is stunned, feeling the trap of destiny snap shut. He tries to rationalise it with his memories of the Aelfin and Eilfin, the snake and fox people who gave him his answers, but the reality is undeniable. He explains the prophecy to her, the fox that makes the ravens fly, the man who remembers Hawkwing's face. It is a moment of mythical resonance. The trickster god has wed the empress. Mat's reaction is quintessentially Mat. He doesn't swoon, he grumbles. He accepts the marriage with the resignation of a man caught in a rainstorm, yet beneath the grumbling there is a fierce, protective instinct. He refuses Kharid's offer to simply flee. Instead, he formulates a plan to act as a decoy. He will take the heat, drawing the Shonchan kill squads away, so Kharid can get Tuon to safety. It is an act of supreme bravery masked as tactical necessity. As Tuon prepares to leave, she unveils herself, removing the wig that hid her identity, choosing to ride as the High Lady, not a servant. She asks Kharid for his assessment of her new husband. Kharid's response is the perfect capstone to the arc. He sees past the gambling and the slouching posture. He identifies Mat as a dangerous man, a man of layers, a man who is brave, but not overly brave, the highest compliment from a pragmatist. But most importantly, Kharid observes what Mat himself might not yet admit, that Mat looks at Tuon with love. The chapter ends with a solemn vow. Kharid and Tuon ride out, leaving Mat to face the storm. If we die, we will die as who we are. It is a declaration of identity against the encroaching chaos. The Daughter of the Nine Moons rides toward her empire, and the Prince of the Ravens turns to face the fire, the dice rolling thunderously in his skull. The pattern is woven, the knot is tied, and the world has changed under the shade of an oak tree. Chapter 37. Prince of the Ravens. The wind bites from the north, carrying the metallic scent of looming rain, a soldier's worst enemy when reliance is placed on bowstrings. Mat Cawthon, the gambler who never wished to be a hero, leans against the saddle of his horse Pips, his signature ashendare resting across the animal's neck. We find him in a moment of orchestrated stillness, a calm before a storm of his own making. The sun is sinking, threatening to cast the coming violence into twilight, or worse, force a battle with the sun blinding his crossbowmen. Mat is not merely waiting, he is calculating. He has chosen this terrain with the eye of a master tactician, the memories of dead generals swirling in his head merging with his own sharp instincts. He has set a stage of deception, a long curving earthen wall, a trench, and a thicket of sharpened stakes sit seemingly unfinished. Tools lie scattered as if the workers fled in panic. This is the bait. Mat understands the psychology of greed better than most. He knows that the promise of the massive gold bounty on Tuon's head will drive his enemies to abandon caution. They will see vulnerability where there is actually a kill box. Around him, a strange and fragile alliance holds its breath. There is Eludra, the Illuminator, fussing over her lofting tubes, technological terrors that represent the industrialization of warfare in this high fantasy world. There are the Aes Sedai, Jolene, Teslin, and Edicina, haughty and tense, their warders radiating hostility toward the Shonchan allies. And there are the Shonchan themselves, the Deathwatch guards led by the stoic Musenge, men who view Mat not just as a commander, but now, confusingly, as royalty. Matt's internal landscape is as tumultuous as the dark clouds gathering over the mountains. He touches the scar on his neck, a phantom memory of a rope, and grapples with a new, terrifying reality. He is married, to the daughter of the 9 moons. He tries to convince himself he hasn't changed, that he is still just Matt, but the universe seems determined to shackle him with titles and responsibilities. He resolves to keep his identity, even as the world shifts around him. The trap springs. The enemy emerges from the forest, thousands of lancers and horsemen, a chaotic mix of tarabonners, amidicians and mercenaries. They see the abandoned tools and the unfinished wall. Driven by avarice, they charge. What follows is not a battle, but a mechanized execution. Matt's band of the Red Hand displays the terrifying efficiency of modern tactics against medieval charges. Crossbows cranked with desperate speed, loose volley after volley. But the true horror comes from Eludra. Her slingmen hurl dragon's eggs, grenades filled with powder and pebbles. The explosions rip through the charging lines, a visceral introduction to gunpowder that shatters the conventional understanding of power. Talmanes, ever the reliable right hand, flanks with the cavalry, turning the field into a cauldron of death. Even the Aes Sedai, bound by oaths to never use the power as a weapon, unless in defence of their lives, find their loophole. They wait, with chilling composure, until the enemy is close enough to constitute a mortal threat. Only then, when they feel in danger, do they unleash fire, joining the carnage. It is a massacre born of hubris on one side and ruthless preparation on the other. When silence finally reclaims the meadow, the cost is clear. A wall of dead men and horses blocks the field. Musenge, the Shonchan officer, approaches Matt not with the disdain of a captor, but with the reverence due a high blood. He presents the severed head of the traitor who led the attack. Musenge calls Matt Highness, a title that grates against Matt's very soul. The Shonchan soldier explains that by marrying Tuon, Matt has become the Prince of the Ravens. The irony is too much for the son of a horse trader to bear. Matt Cawthon, the man who only ever wanted to play dice and dance, throws his head back and laughs until he aches, the sound echoing the absurdity of his fate. Epilogue. Remember the old saying. The narrative shifts to a red-walled room, likely in the conquered lands of Tarabon or Amadicia, where High Lady Suroth is navigating the collapse of an empire. The news from across the ocean is apocalyptic. The Empress is dead. The Shonchan Empire is fracturing into civil war. For Suroth, this catastrophe is a ladder. With Tuon presumed dead, Suroth envisions herself rising to the Crystal Throne. She sits with General Galgan, a rival she plans to eliminate, discussing the military disaster unfolding in Arad Doman, where the great captain Rodel Ituralde is outmanoeuvring their forces. Suroth's ambition is a cold, sharp thing, but it is about to be shattered. The heavy tread of boots interrupts her plotting. Death Watch guards flood the room, not to arrest her, but to secure it. Tuon walks in. She is alive. The psychological pivot here is instantaneous and brutal. Suroth, who moments ago saw herself as Empress, realises her life is effectively over. She prostrates herself, but the trap is already closed. Tuon, small and terrifyingly composed, reveals the severed head of the assassin, Suroth's own man. The treason is laid bare. Tuon does not scream or rage. She simply pronounces judgment with the detached finality of a god. Suroth is made Dakovale, a slave. She will be shaved and sold. The sheer precipice of Suroth's fall, from the height of power to a piece of property, breaks her mind. She begins to scream, a wordless howl of a woman erased from history. Meanwhile, the world turns toward another kind of darkness in Andor. Pavara and a delegation of Red Arger sisters arrive at the Black Tower. This is a historic transgression. The Red Arger has hunted men who can channel for thousands of years, yet now, out of desperation and necessity, they have come to bond them as warders. The Black Tower is a place of stark, unfinished menace. There are no birds singing here. The walls are black stone, looming and severe. They are met not by an army, but by a few men who radiate a dangerous confidence. The dynamic of power has shifted. The Aes Sedai are no longer the predators. They are led to the Mahal, Mazrim Taim. The palace of the Black Tower is grand but devoid of life, a hollow shell of opulence. Taim lounges on a throne, exuding an aura of violent capability. When a young Asherman speaks out of turn, he is telekinetically struck down, his jaw broken, his skull cracked, with a casual brutality that shocks the sisters. No one moves to heal him. Compassion has been bred out of this place. Pavara, maintaining the icy facade of her training, proposes the bonding. She expects resistance, negotiation. Instead, Taim smiles, a predator recognizing a new game. He agrees, but his acquiescence feels like a trap. He grants them permission to bond his men, not out of submission to the White Tower, but because he sees the chaos it will breed. As the sisters stand in that hall of black and red, Taim delivers a parting line that chills the blood, quoting a prophecy that signals the unravelling of the age. Let the Lord of Chaos rule. The chapter closes on the precipice of a new, darker world order.